It's controlling this feed.
Affirmative.
Thanks.
How many commissioners do we need for a quorum?
5?
Okay,
I think it's 5.
we're getting there.
It's 5 or 7. Pretty sure it's 5.
We got 5 now.
Oh, good to go. How do we have 13 participants?
You want to kick it off?
Sure. Okay, we're on.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with the City of Lawrence Municipal Services and Operations. This meeting of the Multimodal Transportation Commission is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and Public Access Channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left side of the Zoom menu, next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, on your screen, you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the chair.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Dustin. Well, we're going to start with our study session. So, in that case, I don't know which staff member is going to provide update, but it'll be about the non-motorized prioritization plan. Did I get that right?
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Jake Baldwin.
Hold on one sec.
Sure.
And I'll just remind all the commissioners before you speak to state your name. So this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. It might be good just to do, for the record, a roll call of all of the commissioners that are present. So Nick, if you want to go through the list, and then if each person can indicate they're present or not.
Okay, that sounds good. By the way, this is Nick Kuzmyak, chair of the Multimodal Transportation Commission. Might have to abbreviate that. We keep saying this. Okay, so let's do a roll call real quick here. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the list of names so I can make sure I get it right. Still working on our city system there. So this is the first time I've actually tried to help run a Zoom meeting for the city. I've been a part of a couple, so if I do screw up any technicalities, please feel free to call me out on it, and I will try to get better. All right. Catherine Schartz.
Here.
Present. Charlie Bryan. Donna Holtine.
This is Charlie,
Hi, Charlie.
Commissioner. Not sure what to call ourselves for title.
Commissioner sounds good.
Anna Holtine is here.
Thanks, Donna. Steve Evans.
Hello, everybody. I am here.
Harold Bowen. Carol, you're muted.
Here.
Okay, thanks. Nick Kuzmyak, chair, present. John Ziegelmeyer.
Here, I'm here.
Aaron Payton.
Here.
And David Cronin, staff city engineer.
This is city engineer David Cronin, and I'm here.
Cool. Okay. So, Jake, you want to take it away for the study session? Thanks.
Sure. Good evening again, Commissioners. Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. I'll be leading this discussion tonight on the five-year plan for non-motorized projects. I'll give a brief update on our 2020 projects. Then we can transition into a discussion of the next iteration of the five-year plan, which would cover years 21 through 25. We'll kind of look at the project sheet for 20 through 25, the existing projects that were approved last year, and we'll go through kind of the bullet points of discussion that were listed on the agenda item. The hopes being that we can take in your guys' feedback and recommendation on the projects and hopefully answer any questions so that next month in July we can bring back a five-year plan for recommendation that's already been in front of your eyes and hopefully address a lot of that feedback. So with that, we'll give an update on the 2020 projects. For our bicycle projects, we had two projects, the 21st Street Bicycle Boulevard project. That is going to be going to construction here next week, thereabouts, and construction will end in mid-July. The other bicycle project we have is the 21st and Massachusetts intersection improvements. That is going to be bid and constructed along with the 7th and Tennessee Crossing project, and that should go to construction late summer, early fall. Moving on to our two pedestrian projects that were approved for 2020. The first would be West 9th Street from essentially Centennial Park up to Iowa Street, both the north and south sides. We're currently negotiating the scope and fee for that project with SBB Engineering, looking at construction this fall. Now, the idea right now is to bid the south side of the segment of sidewalk as a bid alternate to give us some options when it comes to the award of that project in case the bids come in higher than we expect. As for our 21st Street sidewalk project between Tennessee and Louisiana, again, that's supposed to be on both sides of 21st Street. Staff is currently recommending postponing this project in order to fund our two TA grant awards. If we think back to this plan that we talked about last July, one of our points of emphasis was the ability to be flexible and adaptable to different circumstances we might find ourselves in. Fortunately, this is a good circumstance where we were awarded two TA grant projects. So the idea is now we need to kind of pull some money from this year to fund the design of those two projects. So again, staff is recommending postponing that project in order to fund the two TA projects. And we can talk about what you guys think about that when we move into our list of bullet point discussions. With that, we'll move to our existing 5-year plan, which runs from years 2020 to 2025. Again, we met last July to review and fine-tune this plan, so to speak, with projects moving into the outlying years. But before we update and add another year onto this plan, we've kind of identified some discussion items we want to go through. So I'd like to just go through these bullet point by bullet point and get feedback and comment on those. So the first of those, again, was our recommendation of postponing 21st Street sidewalk project to fund the 2 TA grants. And Nick, I'd like to know what you think about that before we move on.
Sorry about that. I have a lot of windows and tabs open, so it takes me a while to unmute. Nick Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. I got to be honest with you. I don't think my head's fully on straight here to understand the 21st Street project. As I understand it, looking at the lists, it's broken down in quite a few things that are all happening in about the same place. So I think the public perception is that this is all bike boulevard. It's all, traffic calming, and it's going to cost $400,000. I really like how it was broken down into its individual components, because that shows that the true bike boulevard is only $73,000, and the rest of it is what brings this up to $400,000. So this discussion point on postponing 21st Street project, are we talking about all 3 components here?
Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer. No, Nick, this would just be the individual sidewalks on both the north and south side of 21st from Louisiana to Tennessee.
So the pedestrian part, okay.
Yeah, separated from the bicycle boulevard project.
Okay.
Hey, this is Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Jake, would you be able to share your screen and just pull up that 5-year plan that was attached to the agenda? And it'll show the projects and the costs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it should be on screen now for everybody to see. Mm-hmm. So if you can follow my cursor, Project 211 up here, West 21st Street from Tennessee to Louisiana on both sides. This is the $102,000 that we identified as spending in this year on that project, that we would pull from that project and postpone it so that we could fund the design of our 2 TA projects.
And Nick Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. I hate that I have to ask this, but what were the 2 TA projects?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. The 2 TA projects, number 1 is a Safe Routes to School project, and the second is our 2021 Lawrence Loop project from North Iowa to Michigan Street.
Thank you. Okay. So the plan is to cancel this one, or postpone this one on 21st Street, and reallocate those funds to basically be matching funds, I'm assuming, to be able to take full advantage of the grant?
Yes, Jake Baldwin, MSO. We need to identify our design funds this year so that we can be ready to construct with matching funds next year according to KDOT's schedule.
Okay. I think I get it now. Nick Kuzmyak, Chair of MMTC. I would love to hear input from other commissioners on this one, because I think this is definitely not a trivial reallocation. I think there's a lot of moving parts here. It's a multi-part project that's being transferred to other important projects that are also kind of multi-part, and then there's this whole other list of stuff that's on the plan as well. So I could use some help to kind of make sense of everything.
My questions are a slightly different nature. I thought that bike ped was supposed to be an even split. Will this be balanced out somewhere in the future?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, Carol, the intent is to split the funds from the bike ped projects evenly between the bicycle and pedestrians as much as we can, given the projects we've got. And if you see on our shared screen, our existing approved plan, we had $1.78 million in bicycle projects and $1.45 million in pedestrian projects. And again, going forward into the next 5-year plan, it will be our same intent to balance those out as much as possible. And I think we've got a good shot of getting closer.
I have some general thoughts about the budget. From what little I understand from reading on economic issues, most communities our size are going to be down 20% in revenues. College towns, however, are going to be down more, so I would say 30%. We depend on KU for the circulation of the dollar in our community. KU's clock only ticks 3 times a year between semesters, so the recovery is going to be long and hard. So I guess all the capital improvement plans should be looked at like, do we really need it? We need to do something. We don't want to get behind. But do we really need it? And can we trim down the bells and the whistles? Those are my thoughts.
This is Donna Holteen, member of the commission. If we don't do this, then we lose this money, right, for the TA projects?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Donna, we would just need to identify that funding, the matching, well, I guess the design funds for these projects from other projects on this list, unless Dave has a better answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's correct. We need to find some other funding source, whether it's from bike ped or somewhere else, and we don't have anything else budgeted to fund the design. And so we'd like to be able to get the design going here this year on both of these projects. And fortunately, we were successful in getting all these grant funds, but also there's some urgency to start designing them so that we could build them next year. And so that's why we would like to use some of the funds for design.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. Please help me understand. I thought there was a line item for matching funds for grants such as these that was part of the sales tax in support of infrastructure projects, including bike ped.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. In the past, we've had had a line item, I think, for grant funds, but there's no grant funding line item in our budget this year.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Okay, getting back to my overall budget concerns, are there any items on this list that we could do without?
Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Carol, is that a question for the staff or for the commission at large? Both?
Whoever wants to answer it.
Okay. So I'd like to take a stab at that then. The messaging I've gotten from city leadership is that, yeah, things are going to get really tight really soon, especially with sales tax collections down. Property tax collection will be roughly the same, but, usage fees are going to be done as well. So revenue is going to take a huge hit. And I think this is one of those economic times that it may not feel like this just yet, because I think the other shoe hasn't dropped. But I think a lot of us are going to have to make some tough choices between what we think is necessary for, the kind of stuff that we'd like to advocate for, like alternative modes of transportation, equitable uses of streets, stuff like that, and try to differentiate that between what is really, really needed to keep the lights on. And it sounds like I said, from leadership, we're really going to have to start making those tough decisions. And I think for us, for example, that's going to have to take the form of maybe foregoing new projects in favor of doing maintenance for stuff that already is built. And that could be a totally different discussion, because I'm sure the budgeting ramifications of that are not trivial. But just in general, I think, Carol, you bring up a really good point that we we have a really critical eye at this stage in the crisis. And I think, I mean, this is going to sound almost heretical, but the amount of stuff that we have budgeted currently in the prioritization plan is a decent chunk of change. If it was possible, and this is kind of the nuclear option here, if it were to be possible to cut everything but the design fees that we need to at least make the best use of these grant funds, I mean, that probably sounds pretty crazy, and I'm sure some of these already have some kind of engineering lined up. Some might even be close to shovel ready, but it seems to me like if there's anything that could be cut, I think it might be easier to do it from multiple budgets and sectors across the city balance books than from, you know, one huge chunk at a time. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has had that kind of pessimistic thinking, but I'm starting to think that that might be the direction that we could want to go, and even just set an example as MMTC for other commissions that also can, you know, have some say in the budgeting.
This is Dave.
This is,
I did want to state one thing, I guess, first before we get too far into this discussion. So obviously there will be some tough decisions that will need to be made regarding this year's budget and maybe you know, next year too. But tonight we really just want to prioritize a 5-year CIP based off of the funds that we had identified in the last 5-year CIP and the projects. And then, you know, if bike ped funding is cut, then we may need to bring that back and rediscuss specific projects. But like the CIP for the city overall, we've submitted projects and received projects from the public, and just getting ready to go through the tough analysis of what projects get funded next year and remain in the CIP for the next 5 years. So that's our goal tonight, is just to talk about some of these projects and not necessarily get into the possibilities on the budget, because there's too many unknowns. So I just would want to mention that, I guess. But so yeah.
Yes, something you're going to say, Steve? Sorry, Nick Kuzmyak.
yeah, I was, can you guys, I think I'm on here. Can you hear me?
Don't forget to announce yourself, though.
I did.
It takes practice.
Well, I wanted to back up just one step, and then I'll come back to this. But the 102,764, are we trading that, Jake, dollar for dollar for the TA projects?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, Steve, we would be using all of those dollars for the design of those 2 TA projects.
Okay. Is that like a 20% match on those?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Steve, no, the design is completely funded by the city.
Okay. Okay. Well, I really appreciate Carol's statement here about the budget, and I'm pretty much going where Dave went with this in terms of it seems a little premature. We know the train is coming. I think we can hear it, but I'm not sure we can see it yet. So I think that until the train hits, I'd suggest, you know, a discussion about the projects and understanding. I mean, we don't know the rules of the game yet, as far as I can tell. And we've always kind of, I think, struggled a little bit with dealing with some budgetary constraints. So I think it's very complicated, and too complicated really to get into the detail about prioritizing and what to cut. And the only thing probably good about doing that now is it would be good practice, because it's coming. But I think it's a little premature myself.
Nick Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. I hear what you guys are saying, and I agree that we should stick with just prioritizing stuff. However, I think it's hard to fully divorce the budget realities with the priorities and the way that we rank things. I think under normal circumstances, we are constantly trying to improve the share of alternate modes of transportation. So I think this prioritization makes a lot of sense under business as usual. But I think under the potential future paradigm shift where we're going to be really cash strapped, it almost seems like it may make more sense to focus our priorities on maintaining what we have rather than building new stuff that we may not have the future budget to maintain. It's kind of similar to the kind of issues that the city at large might be having. And, would you rather repair storm sewer lines in Old West Lawrence or make brand new ones in West Lawrence? If you can't even maintain the ones in Old West Lawrence, what's the point of building all brand new ones? So I almost wonder, I know this isn't the time to actually, change the whole priorities ranking system, but I do think if we go into this without even thinking about the budget, we're going to just do business as usual and prioritize based on how good the project is on its face. And I don't know if the index that we're currently operating under is necessarily reflective of what our priorities are going to be in 6 months to a year.
Well,
I don't have to agree with that.
Hi, this is Steve Evans, Commissioner. Would it make sense then, and maybe this is what you're saying, Nick, is to look at short-term decisions? And I think looking at the 5-year plan now, it's hard to really unwind that and understand what that may look like in a month or 6 months. But I think the immediate decisions, and you're right, Nick, I mean, we might come up with something and go, oh, well, does that make sense now? But I think focusing on more short-term, let's decide now or this summer, might make a little more sense to me. And possibly Jake and Dave could guide us in that direction if everybody's on board.
Hey, Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. I think that is a good idea. I think if we can focus on the short term and stick with what we at least know in the meantime, and then try to get this, on a study session or just as an agenda item sometime soon to see if it's worth at least looking at the prioritization criteria in the near future to see if it jives with what we're talking about. And Dave, you and I have talked about this a little bit in that there's been some discussion over the years of should we be prioritizing new construction or maintenance stuff? And I gotta be honest, since prioritizing bikes and pedestrians at all is kind of a new concept, it seems to me that a lot of the stuff that's not sidewalks isn't really crumbling yet. It's not necessarily like the roads that are full of potholes and really need maintenance. I think a lot of the bike projects are new enough that maintenance is not yet a concern, I would assume. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that's the case. So I guess what I'm saying is I think it's maybe a good time to get out of it in advance and discuss if we do want to maybe start retooling our prioritization criteria. I think when we did this last year, I may have asked the question of how often do we actually look at these? And I think it's new enough that there isn't really an established frequency, right?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. And the maintenance of projects was one of the lists, one of the items on Jake's list of things to discuss. If that was something that was of interest to the majority of the group, I would say it is always a concern maintaining what we build because we build new stuff every year and we don't increase our maintenance budget for maintaining the infrastructure in the shared use paths and the colored concrete, bike lanes, and everything else that we've been doing. So I think it's a good thought. The past preference has been that these funds are for standalone projects to build new bike pit facilities. So that's how we've proceeded the last few years as we've had these funds, is to identify new projects and try to prioritize what projects would be the best use of the funds. But so that's just one of many things we're looking to get feedback on tonight. That's why we're having the study session, and Jake has had that list of discussion points. If you guys had a chance to look through them, that was one of them. You could probably go through those other points as well here before we start talking about projects. But we had the crossings is a big item. Should we just set aside a certain amount of funds as we look to start adding some crossings to our list? And those may change, or some new ones may be added as our Safe Routes to School plan gets updated here later this year. And then one of the things we talk about a lot, we come up with a score with these bike ped projects based on our non-motorized prioritization plan. It doesn't really factor into the cost of the project. So something could score high and be a very expensive project, but not be, not get a lot of linear footage, I guess, if you will, of new sidewalk or rec path or whatever. So some of those things you can kind of take into consideration outside of the scoring, but should we have more discussion or focus on cost benefit? And so I think the 9th Street sidewalk was on our 5-year plan. That was one of the ones where it was a very high cost for maybe lower benefit, I guess. But so that question was on there, and the maintenance, as you mentioned, Nick, and I guess the other only note that we had on our list was that some of the projects that we've outlaid in the 5-year plan, they're just ballpark rough estimates, and we need to do some more thorough review of some of them on the cost estimate side. So we're trying to provide as much info as we can on these projects. There's so many projects, we can't give a really hard number on all of them without getting into more details of looking at the context of each project. But I do think some of the projects that we had on the list, 9th Street was one that we were going to relook at, the Iowa sidewalk. We just need to look at those a little harder in the cost estimates. So, Jake, is there any other thoughts that you had? I kind of went through your list here, but feel free to chime in.
Jake Baldwin, MSO. No, Dave, I think you did a pretty good job of running through those bullet points, and I think our discussion was venturing into a little piece of all of them anyways. So I guess I would just encourage a general discussion and kind of hit through them as we need to.
Hey, Kuzmyak, MOTC Chair. Thank you guys for walking through those discussion items. I had not had a chance to go through these, unfortunately, yet, and you're right. I think we have actually started to hit on almost all of them, which is quite convenient. So here's the kind of sentiment I'm getting so far from those who have spoken. It sounds like it might not be a bad idea to see if we can add maintenance into the budget. I think I can understand perfectly why this wasn't included originally, or at least with my opinions. It seems like the reason maintenance wouldn't have been included originally is because there wasn't much to maintain. There was a need to build new stuff, but we hadn't gotten to the point yet where maintenance was really a concern. So it seems like at this point we're far in enough to our bike ped journey, as it were, to start considering adding maintenance into projects, and I think that is something that would reflect some of the values that I've started to see at City Hall. In terms of that means we're probably going to need to retool that prioritization index, aren't we? Because I don't think it currently takes that into account. So that may need to be a focus of a whole nother study session or a agenda item. I'm not sure what would be appropriate for it. But I guess on that point, do I have how do the rest of y'all feel about adding maintenance into this? Do you think it's appropriate at this time? Do you think we should stick with new projects? I'm curious to hear what the temperature in the room is here.
Aaron Payton, Commissioner. I don't think we need to add maintenance yet. I don't think we've actually accomplished that much. And I have some curiosities about some of the things on the list that we voted on and never got done. Maybe they got turned down by City Commission, but so I don't think we've gotten that much done that we need to add maintenance yet. I felt like this was the biggest thing that sorry, now I'm scrolling through to get back where, the biggest thing that we voted on that was going to get done, and it hasn't. So I just think we haven't gone that far down this road. I understand all the concerns about funding constraints, but I also think that Nick, you had mentioned that we're going to have, well, I think everybody did, we're going to have some of these constraints, but I also think it's important to look at everything and ask whether it needs to be funded. And we're going to have a shift, but what is that shift going to be in the direction of? I mean, is it, if we're really facing funding crunches, it's going to affect maybe how people move around the city or who's moving around the city. So I just think those are important things to consider also.
This is Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. Can I just, you probably already went over this, but I'm just trying to get clear on how much of the 2020 funds need to go for the TA projects.
Jake Baldwin, MSO. We are looking at using all 102,764 from that 21st Street project to fund the design of those two TA projects. And that won't completely cover those designs. We're looking at using other funds as well to hopefully get us where we need to be.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. So we wouldn't be addressing the other funds that are already allocated for 2020? Or are we also trying to consider whether those are the best use funds for 2020?
Well, if we look at all our 2020 projects, the 73,000 for the bicycle boulevard's already been awarded by commission, so we can't really touch that. Our intersection improvement project on 21st and Wakarusa is in design right now. So if we pulled funds from that, obviously we wouldn't be able to construct it. 9th Street and 21st are the projects we haven't done design on yet. And so those are kind of the most liquid funds I think we've got of 2020 projects.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. So it sounds like then the two projects on the bike project list aren't really being considered. But I've heard a mention of the 9th Street project. Is that specifically for this year that you're asking us to think about, whether that should be pursued or not?
Those $87,000 are currently slated for design and construction of the sidewalk on 9th Street this year. The intersection of 9th and Iowa also this year is getting 4 new signals and 4 new ADA ramps, kind of being built in conjunction with the development of the Quick Trip. So this project would tie directly into that project.
Okay, so just bear with me here. I heard something about 9th Street, and I'm just trying to get clear on what is your question of us? Are you asking us to do something different with 2020 funds or some other future year? Right? I don't see anything else around 9th Street except 2024.
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. Yeah, I may have confused you when I mentioned 9th Street with the cost benefit, but that's the 2024 project was what I was referring to on that. That was when we approved this last 5-year plan. There were some questions on is there really a good benefit? I don't have can't remember how long that project was, the linear footage, but there's a short segment and it was $460,000. But we're not asking you to do anything with the 2020 project, the West 9th from west of Iowa there. That's one that we're already planning on designing and building, but we would like to get some thoughts on or agreement on, is it good to take the 21st Street pedestrian funds and use those to design the grant projects we received, and then as we move forward in this discussion and look at 21 to 25, bump that project back a year. So I think that's what we would like to get some agreement on or consensus on. I think it makes a lot of sense. We would recommend doing it. We want to moving forward on our safe routes and our Lawrence Loop project, and we could push that project back a year, or we could push it back 2 years, just depending on other projects from our list. So I think that's kind of what we were getting at, and as we look to getting your feedback on criteria or even some specific projects that you feel may need to be shown on the 21 to 25 plan, getting your thoughts before we start putting together a draft of the plan to bring to you next month.
All right, Charlie, Bryan, Commissioner. Thanks for clarifying that. I was struggling a little bit with what about 9th Street we were really talking about. I'll say just broadly, I'm intrigued by introducing some sort of cost-benefit analysis into our decision-making. I do think, the illustration that you've presented, the 9th Street proposal for 2024, does seem like a lot of money for a short segment of sidewalk. And I think even bringing into the discussion about maintenance, I would wonder if there's a way to compare the cost benefit of doing maintenance versus new construction. So I'm open to maintenance if that seems to be valuable to the community. But I would like to have it situated within the context of, what else could be done with those funds? That might be a construction project. So I do feel like it's important that we make the best use of the funds that the community approved. So we shouldn't just wholesale disregard the need for maintenance in my mind. But we should also, be mindful that maintenance may not really add much benefit for the cost. It might depend on just the level of, the quality of the infrastructure. I'm also curious about maintenance, like specifically what sort of maintenance would we be talking about? As long as our sidewalks are the responsibility of property owners, then I would assume we wouldn't take over that responsibility. So I'm assuming you're talking about bicycle lanes, street markings that help with pedestrian crossings. Is that what you mean by maintenance?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. It can be anything from maintaining shared use paths to maintenance of bicycle facilities, striping lines, restriping lines. Parks and Rec does a lot of maintenance of shared use paths, a lot of there's a few that over time they heave, and then we do go out and do some replacement of different panels. And I don't know if you were to go out there, you could probably find a bunch of things that need to be fixed. And so I think sometimes it's a struggle to keep up maintaining things. But it was just an item. I was actually having a conversation with Commissioner Kuzmyak about this, and he kind of said, well, what about maintenance? So I said, well, maintenance is always a topic here, that we are not budgeting and maintaining what we build, and so let's just throw that into this discussion on the list. And so I don't have any specific numbers or agenda on this. It's just up for discussion to get your guys' feedback. I would just say in the past that we've been the consensus has been to spend the money on standalone projects. That's what we've done. And so if the majority of you have other thoughts, I'd like to hear them before we give you a plan.
I do. Steve Evans, Commissioner. I recall we've had conversations over the years about how far into the detail, how far into the weeds do we want to get. When I just hear the word maintenance in general, I think Charlie asked a really good question. What are we talking about here? And I tend to want to just say, let staff engineering deal with maintenance most of the time. If there are large projects, and I don't know what the dollar amount may be, I'm making it up, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000. You know, if there were a maintenance project that had that scope, I think maybe that's something that we ought to, you know, chime in about. But general maintenance, fixing a panel on a sidewalk, or, you know, some of the things that Dave talked about, it seems like there's probably a general maintenance fund that a lot of that would come out of, that we wouldn't really, you know, I don't think it'd be good use of our time to get into that detail, personally. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, Steve. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I just got a strange error message. Okay. So, Steve, I can agree with you that the kind of allocations to maintenance compared to what we see for new projects will be way more into the weeds. I mean, if you're seeing like restripe East 19th Street bike lanes from Harper to,
Yeah.
that's going to be, you know, $5,000 here, $10,000 here. I think the order of magnitude of those projects is way smaller. Because of that, I think it's worth looking into, because if you're comparing a $70,000 Calm Street, Bike Boulevard, Slow Street, whatever you want to call it, that's a lot of restriping that you could accomplish. On a street where, you know, some people who are opposed to the Bike Boulevard said it's good enough for bikes already. So, I mean, it seems to me that it would be a good look to maybe have what we have built look really good and be really useful instead of letting it decay while pursuing new stuff. And on the note of whose budget is it, Dave, it sounds like you were saying a lot of it comes from Parks and Rec or a general maintenance fund. I feel like I see a lot of siloing in the city, and it's not just Lawrence, it's a lot of cities, where we kind of don't necessarily understand how others do their business, so we end up making decisions that affect others without really understanding the consequences. So every time we approve a new shared use path or Lawrence Loop segment or something like that, that's now Parks and Rec's problem, right? That's not our problem anymore, which means that they have to figure out in their budget how they're going to maintain all this stuff that we have approved. So it kind of makes me wonder, does their budget increase year by year? Are they able to actually get the allocations from the city that they need to maintain the stuff that we basically dump on them? It's like buying somebody else a Great Dane puppy and then saying, have fun, your problem now. So I wonder if it would be appropriate to maybe say, no, that kind of is our responsibility, and because of that, we need to work that into the bike ped funding, because bike ped funding is not just the Great Dane puppy, it's the Great Dane juvenile and adult dog as well. If you really want to see a project through, it's kind of a whole life cycle assessment. And I know we have you know, shiny new toy syndrome as humans, but it seems to me kind of important to consider the whole life of the project. And I'm sure Parks and Rec could use some extra money in their budget, or at least not have to spend their limited funds on other departments, you know, expenditures. So, Dave, if you could elaborate, or Jake, on where the funds come from to maintain the stuff that we kind of push forward, that might be helpful. And, you know, if we need to bring in, what's his name? Derek, to see, like, you know, how is this affecting you guys? Is the maintenance incurred by you for projects from us beginning to be a problem? Because we're building a lot of new cool stuff.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yeah, I don't have any numbers or, you know, what Parks and Rec has spent on maintaining with me today. And most of it just comes out of their general fund budget, and I think sometimes they do what they can with it. So if this group doesn't think they're being maintained to the standard that they should be, that would be, or the public, that would be good to know, and maybe dive into it a little more. We just have not considered it with our prioritization policy. And it may even be, you know, quite frankly, tough to do, to weigh maintenance versus a new project with our current policy. So we could have more discussions on that if the majority of the group feels that is important before we present a plan going forward.
MMTC.
Can I say one more thing? The other thing, and this kind of ties back to asset management we talked about a little earlier in the year, but we're this year we're really focusing on the streets and getting, trying to build a life cycle cost analysis and level of service for street and street maintenance. And so, as we keep getting into asset management and reviewing the cost of maintaining everything, pavement marking, signage, which we're have on the list, and storm sewers, and I think bike ped facilities will will be included as well. So I don't have any numbers today on cost to maintain and what we spend, but just a general discussion of feedback from you guys is why we included it on the list.
Thanks, Dave. Just quick question here. I think because we need to move on to the rest of the discussion items, I think it would be good to at least get a feel for this. And I don't know if it's appropriate to just do a show of hands, but here's what I'm thinking. I think since it seems to be fairly certain that Parks and Rec are the ones who do maintenance, I think it'd be really good to at least get an idea of the magnitude, because we've not seen them, at least in quite a while in our meetings outside of, say, micro mobility stuff. I think it'd be really good to get Derek Rogers in for maybe a study session and see, hey, can you just give us these numbers? Because we honestly don't know what it costs for you to maintain our stuff. And if it turns out to be a big deal, then that could warrant further discussion. But I think it probably doesn't merit too much more here. But before I start trying to craft an agenda, I'd like to get at least a show of hands. Should we invite, Parks and Rec, somebody from them, either from the advisory committee or Derek himself, to our next study session, just to kind of see what it is on the other side, what happens to our projects, what it costs to maintain them, what burden, if any, it is on Parks and Rec. So I'm going to vote yes. If anybody else is interested, let's just do a very informal vote. That's good enough. All right, we've got 5 out of 8. 7? Yeah, 5 out of 8. All right. Dave, I'll work with you on that. And it doesn't have to be next month. It could be the month after. A lot of other people want to make comments. Sorry, I'm kind of hogging the conversation here. So, Carol, looks like you raised your hand. And Charlie, I know you're up soon.
When I first brought up the topic of budget, I wasn't thinking of adding to our list. I was thinking that the money would be lost, period. I think we need to review our priorities given our situation, because we're going to be in this new economy for a few years. And what we were working with before was optimistic, and we need to get more realistic. So I think we need to review our priorities.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. I just wanted to, I hadn't really weighed in on the 21st Street pedestrian project, reallocating that funding to the TA projects. I'm supportive of that. I wanted to also add that the 2021 bicycle project for the Bike Boulevard on 13th Street for $140,000. That seemed like perhaps a reasonable way to replace the funds that would be lost for the 21st Street pedestrian project. So perhaps that could be kind of shifted over to the PED side of things for 2021. That's all I have.
Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. I'd like to get some thoughts from those who I haven't heard from yet, just to make sure that we're not totally missing anything. John, I'd like to hear your thoughts on just kind of what we talked about. Your ideas on the maintenance thing, trying to cut stuff from the budget, reallocation of funds. What do you think?
Well, I'm not in favor of the maintenance. I think that we're getting into an area that we really don't know how high it is. It's kind of a how high is up question. And I just think I don't think that's in our area to handle. I think it needs to be handled at the staff level. As far as, I do think we need to re-examine some of the things in the plan going forward to see what items could be either put off or canceled totally, because with the new economy coming, which none of us really know what that's going to look like, I do think we at least need to be prepared.
Thank you. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Donna, any thoughts, especially from the KU aspect?
I don't know about KU aspect. For the maintenance and looking at what Parks and Rec spends on maintenance, I would be interested in kind of knowing what their process is and what their budget is for that. But I think about if they build a playground, it is a recreation type facility, and they have a budget to repair it. If we build them, or if the city provides them a rec path, or some of these projects that become the bicycle lane, things that are recreational in nature, it just seems like it is reasonable that they would maintain it after we provide it. That's just my thought on that. And then I do agree that we should take advantage of the grants. We should do what we can to forward that project to get to be able to use somebody else's help with additional funds to get the TA projects done, and then find a way to backfill the sidewalks on 21st.
Thank you. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Catherine, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to get Derek Rogers to come just to kind of address some of these issues. I think I've heard some of these things before, like if we build a multi-use path, then there's consideration about what it takes to plow that in the wintertime when there's snow on it, and just getting the right size plow and stuff like that. I always send Derek notes or emails when I see something on the bike path that needs to be taken care of, and they usually get right on it. But I don't know that, I agree with Donna. I think if we decide that something should be, and the city commission passes it, then it is sort of assumed that whatever department has the responsibility for that will somehow be able to fund that. That's part of the city. I mean, if streets get built, then the city street maintenance people take care of that. And I think bike pedestrian projects should be the same. We shouldn't have to consider those differently, because we're trying to just help the city get more of the multimodal types of transportation. I don't think it has to be that special. I think, Carol, I do understand your concerns, but I do think that as far as determining the budget and saying when there are going to be cuts, I think that has to come from the city commission and the city manager. And I think it's our job more or less to prioritize. And then if the city comes back and says, what you prioritized or what we had in the budget needs to be cut by a certain amount, then we would look at that and look at ways to reallocate the funds that we are directed to reallocate. But I don't think that it's our job up front to decide that. I think the city commission has to deal with, the tax base and revenue, and then how those funds get allocated. That's not really necessarily our job. So that's all.
Thanks, Catherine. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. We got 4 minutes left, probably less, honestly. So I think to make sure that we at least give some direction to staff, the most direct point that we've been asked is, do you support reallocation of funds from that pedestrian project at 21st Street to design work to TA grants? So can we get a quick show of hands just to see who is in support of that? I think I've heard most people say something to that effect, but if you are in favor, please raise your hand. All right, Steph, that's it. Thanks, everybody. I feel like there's a lot more to talk about on this, but we are out of time. So thank you, Dave and Jake, for leading us through probably what's been one of the most interesting study sessions for me so far. And I think there is definitely more to talk about on this, because this is a complicated issue. So with that, staff, do you have any more things to finish up before we take a quick break?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Nope, I think we've got the direction and feedback to together a proposed plan, other than if there's any specific projects that the commission wants to see on that next iteration of the plan. Staff just is going to pull from our existing scoring list and try to program something that fits into the budget, yet is still high on our priority list.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. That sounds good to me. I think there are still a couple of loose ends here that we're going to need to tie up. So, Dave, I'm going to talk with you later to try to figure out how we can bring this back in front of the commission to see if we can work on that cost benefit analysis, because I did hear some support for that. And I guess once we hear more from Derek, if we're able to get him over, then that may merit some extra discussion as well. So I think we're not quite done with this job yet. Yes, Charlie?
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. We didn't have much time to talk about it, but I'd like to hear more about the Naismith projects. I know we've talked about this in the past, and there's been discussion even at the City Commission about whether that should move forward as a sidewalk, shared use path, or whatever. So I'd like to make sure we have some time to discuss that, maybe a future study session.
Yes.
Hey, Nick, this is Steve, Commissioner. I'm a little unclear as to the public participation. I do see some blank screens. I see Chris Tilden's name. But I know we're running out of time, and I think we do need to move on, but we might want to see if there's any public input on this item before we move on formally.
Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC. Dave or Jake, I'm going to have to defer to you on that one. I'm not entirely sure how we handled it. Did anybody sign up for ahead of time commenting on this particular thing?
They did not, and we did not advertise public comment for the study session.
Okay.
So we have people signed up to talk about regular agenda items. So, and we're almost out of time. You want to provide an update on the Naismith project?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, to follow up on your question, Charlie, that those Naismith sidewalk projects that we brought to you guys in the City Commission late last year were awarded that transit grant for 90% matching of design and construction. Staff is currently working with KDOT to see if we can't push the design from this year into next year to free up more of our bike ped funds to fund our TA design.
Thank you, Jake. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. So, I don't want to risk not hearing from members of the public, but if it wasn't advertised and there wasn't anybody who specifically signed up for it, I think we're going to have to maybe take it offline. So, if anybody who's listening really did have a comment for this, I would really encourage you to reach out to us, either myself or Dave, preferably both. And we will try to at least address that publicly in the next meeting as well. So, apologies for not leaving very much time for that.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I would agree. If anyone has a comment from a member of the public watching or on the Zoom call, anytime, send us the feedback. We'll share it with the group, and then we'll bring this item back for discussion probably next month.
Yeah.
We don't have, staff doesn't have anything else, so I guess I'd recommend just ending the meeting, and or just pausing the meeting and take a 5-minute break and start the regular agenda.
I agree. Let's start at 6:05.
Yep.
hopefully we have what, 3? Never mind.
You ready?
Yes.
I think he just wants to start. Okay, Nick, I think we're ready to go. We're not going to go through the protocol again.
Thanks, Dustin. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Let's move on to our regularly scheduled meeting. So we're going to start with approving minutes of the last meeting we had, which was 3 months ago. So you all have refamiliarized yourself with what we talked about 3 months ago. Does anybody have any questions on the agenda? Any suggested revisions? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
This is Catherine, so moved.
Second.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Motion by
Commissioner could again state their name before speaking, and then if we could go through and have each commissioner approve each item individually. Nick.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Understood. It sounds like to me that there was a motion by Catherine and a second by Donna. Dustin, would it be possible for you, or maybe Dave, for you to do what Jeff Craig does in the Planning Commission meetings and just kind of go down the list and ask for a yay or nay? I mean, I could do it, I guess, if you need. That's more appropriate.
Justin.
Yeah, I can do it. Let me pull up the list here.
Sorry to push this onto you, but I figured having a neutral party could make more sense.
Do you have a good list?
I can construct a list. So for each additional item, we'll just do the approvals just one by one. So Nick.
Aye.
Catherine. Charlie.
Aye.
Donna.
Aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Carol.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And Aaron.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC here. 1 second to get the agenda back up. There's a lot of material to keep straight here. All right. Our next one is public comment. Due to the new format that we're doing with the Zoom meetings, public comment's a little bit different than it used to be. At this point, we are soliciting written public comment on items that are not on the regular agenda. We did receive some correspondence from East Lawrence regarding some, sorry, I have a flyer, about traffic issues in their neighborhood. So hopefully all of you have had a chance to read it. I might consider bringing this up under commission items, but otherwise our policy is generally not to discuss public comment during this session. With that, we're going to move right on to the agenda items. So first one is to receive the update on Lawrence Loop project. So I'm not sure who that will be, but please take it away.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer for MSO. I'll be providing you guys the update on our 2 Lawrence Loop projects this evening. The first of those projects is our 2021 TA Loop project from the intersection of North Iowa and Peterson over to Michigan Street. The city was selected by KDOT in March of this year to receive $1,070,000 in matching construction funds for this project, and we are currently undergoing scope and fee negotiations with Trek Design Group for this work. Trek Design will be one of 3 engineering firms, along with SVB Engineering and Alta Planning and Design, that staff is taking to City Commission for award next week for on-call bike, ped, and transit projects. Essentially, we'll be able to use these consultants for the next 3 years for our bike, ped, and transit projects. Staff is working on scope and fee with Trek Design Group for this project, and we would hope to go to construction next year with that design schedule. Moving on to our second Lawrence Loop project, that would be our 2020 TA project, which has 2 segments, those being 11th to 8th Street and 29th Street. City staff, if we get into a little bit of history here, contracted with Bartlett and West in July of last year for design work, and both the consultant and staff pursued the BNSF Railway for the necessary easements for the preferred alignment that was identified in the 2017 alignment study. After months of coordinating and corresponding with the railroad, we finally got a hard no that they were not going to support this project or the easements that were necessary for that construction. So at that point, the city joined forces and formed a project team with Friends of Lawrence Area Trails, or FLAT, to pursue what our alignment would be moving forward. And this project team discussed multiple alignments. As you can see on, if you scroll down to the exhibit, we looked at 4 specifically that were at least part of that alignment study or a piece of that alignment study. We also considered something that moved further east and went on Burroughs Creek and then north to the river. However, after discussions with KDOT as to the flexibility the city had with the grant funds here, which are $480,000, they indicated to us that these funds needed to be obligated by September, which means that they're only going to support one of the alignments that were part of that study because they underwent the public engagement process. As well, just logically, we're not going to be able to pursue another alignment given the constraining time frame we've got to meet that September obligation deadline. So in addition, we've got to remember that the 29th Street segment is also tied to our 8th Street, 11th Street to 8th Street segment. If we were to turn back funds for the 11th to 8th Street segment, we would also lose our segment on 29th Street. So in consideration of all these facts, the project team elected to move forward with the alternate alignment from that 2017 study that moves along Delaware Street past Hobbs Park. We've already got survey completed on that alternate alignment. And our design consultants going to proceed with an expedited design schedule to meet the aggressive timeline for the obligation of the funds in September. Lastly, with that being said, the idea is to have our field check plans ready in July, at which time I hope to have a public meeting to get this out in front of the concerned parties again, such as East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, and Brook Creek Neighborhood Association, who we've tried to keep in the process here to let them know as this thing has shifted and morphed into where it is. So I think it's important that we get in front of them again and offer them a chance to look at these plans and make any changes that they might be able to offer comment on. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions regarding the update.
The Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. I did have a quick question. I got to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure which of the alternates you're actually pursuing. Is it 3 or 4? That was not clear to me from the memo. It's definitely not number 1 or 2, right? Because BNSF isn't going to budge, right?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, BNSF we would need easements from them to pursue alignments 1 or 2. Alignment 3 is what was presented in the alignment study. However, grade considerations mean that we're not going to be able to really build that. So alignment 4, which is a slight alteration of that alignment, is what we're proceeding with.
Understood. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Jake? And let's try to keep it to more technical questions on our understanding, and then we're going to proceed to public comment right after that. Okay, seeing none. Dave, were there any public commenters registered? I'm assuming Chris.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, the engineer. I believe we have 2. They've got the list. Allie and Dustin, is that correct?
Let me pull that up real quick.
So yeah, I think Chris filled in, and maybe Michael Allman as well.
I forwarded it to him earlier. Here, I'll pull it up.
Chris, you want to go?
Sure. And I know this is just an information item and there's no vote tonight. You know, my purpose in logging on isn't to urge you to approve a given plan. I just simply wanted to express my appreciation to Jake and the project team. You know, I know there were a number of difficult issues around the alignment. We did look at some other alternatives, but ultimately KDOT, given the timing, felt like those were not feasible options. I think they present some exciting potential options in the future. I know with budget limitations, it might be a number of years before we consider building like some spurs off of the loop with some of the things that we've discussed. But I know it's a you know, there's a lot of different opinions on the ideal alignment, but at the end of the day, I think this presents a great option, you know, with KDOT funding to pursue development of another section. So I'm excited to see us move forward.
Kuzmyak, MMTC. Thanks. Chris, can you please introduce yourself for the record? I don't know if you said
that. I'm sorry. Chris Tilden. I live at 1121 Williamsburg Court. Thanks, Nick.
And are you representing yourself or Lawrence Livewell Network?
I'm really commenting on my own behalf. You know, I did have an opportunity to provide some input through Friends of Lawrence Area Trails and Livewell Lawrence, and now Livewell Douglas County has been very involved in these discussions over the years. But I just wanted, as a citizen, to say I appreciate the process. I know it's been a difficult one, and look forward to moving ahead.
Cool, thank you. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Other public comment? Michael?
Yes, can you hear me? This is Michael Allman.
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. And I apologize, I don't have a camera on my computer, so you'll just have to deal with my name up there. A little perspective, a little history here. This section of trail more accurately should be referred to as the Powerhouse Trail. It was a design that was proposed in 2011 by Mike Myers, who lives in East Lawrence. He's a local architect with Hernley Architects. And he proposed this kind of a trail that was an outgrowth of the Burroughs Creek Corridor Trail plan, which is part of our comprehensive plan. The intention of that plan was for the Burroughs Creek Corridor Trail to extend north through Hobbs Park, where there would be a trailhead, and then in keeping with the purpose of the Burroughs Creek Corridor Plan, to link the east side neighborhoods of Barker, Brook Creek, and East Lawrence. And I forgot to mention, I'm speaking for Brook Creek neighborhood here tonight. So we see this trail in the light as Mike Myers originally proposed it, as coming through the neighborhood and joining the neighborhoods rather than going around the perimeter. So we think this alignment is the best one, is preferred. As for this Hobbs Park, Delaware Street section, Brook Creek Neighborhood submitted a 2021 capital improvements plan proposal with an alignment very similar to the route number 4 that is before you. There's two main differences, though. First of all, what we proposed is off-street, not on Delaware Street, and it includes the purchase of 900 East 11th Street as an annex. And I'd like to share a document here if I could, where I get my, well, I'm not finding it on my screen. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to open it up.
Are we abiding by a
Okay, let me
3-minute?
try this now.
Are we doing 3-minute for public comment?
Yeah, okay. There it is. Can you see that now on your screen? The Brook Creek Neighborhood proposal for the capital improvements plan?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Page 2 shows you the alignment that we were proposing. Starts at 11th Street, goes through 900 East 11th into Hobbs
3
Park,
minutes.
and then along the number 3 alignment, which we understand is too steep. But I just wanted to point out that the main section of this proposal, let me see if I can share that one, would be, okay, this section right here is 900 East 11th. That was the number 1 priority land purchase in the Burroughs Creek Corridor Plan for the City of Lawrence to bring it into Hobbs Park. So our proposal differs only in the MSO proposal that includes purchasing this, and that is part of the capital improvement plan proposal that is before the City Commission for the 2021 budget. So I just encourage you to recommend that that be part of this overall plan. The incline through this property is slightly less than the incline coming up 11th Street to going behind the ball field. And this annex is a long-standing hope of East Lawrence neighborhood to have the Hobbs Park include that as part of the park. So that's all I have to say to that, and I'm glad that we're looking at this alignment through Hobbs Park, whichever way it goes, and I look forward to the project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Are there any other public comments? Dave, I think those are the only 2 who signed up, right?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I believe so, and unless there's someone in the commission room, I'll let those confirm there's no one there to speak.
You guys are still muted. Oh, there you go.
No, there's no one present in the room.
Okay, in that case, Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Let's bring it back up to the virtual commission table. Would anybody like to kick off? Questions, comments, ideas? And actually, sorry, before we begin, I think it might be easiest because the various technology lags that we're going to experience over the audio and video, it might be easiest if we can try to raise our hands for whoever's next. I'll try to do the best I can to kind of keep a track of what order everybody's raised their hands in to try to keep this chaos organized. So I guess whoever would like to go first, please raise your hand.
Okay.
Steve.
Just a couple of comments. The first comment would be on the North Iowa Peterson Road part of the loop. If you guys recall last week, we kind of at the last minute tried to put together a more of a public event to go over to Hobbs Park on Saturday and engage more people in looking at the project. And it certainly became problematic in terms of coma and, just challenges trying to do something in 24 hours. We did have a small group that had a good visit, but my point about North Iowa and Peterson is if we can look far enough out into the future and try to plan an event like that. And I've really tried to promote these kinds of things for a long time, but, certainly have a public announcement and an organized event to look at the options and actually walk the various areas. And I know this would be challenging for the staff because we've got, probably pretty large groups and we have to social distance and we have to cross streets and go through the woods. But it's been invaluable to me to get out and walk these projects before I'm looking at a two-dimensional map and trying to make sense of that. So I would suggest if we could, that we think about when the timing would be good for that. It'd be a great opportunity for Flat to be involved and just get, people engaged in, the whole idea of the Lawrence Loop and this part of it. It's probably an area that's going to be pretty challenging in terms of property acquisition and crossing Iowa and a lot of things, but I think it would be really a valuable thing to do. So I would propose that we consider that, and maybe Dave, if you guys could think about how we might do that and when we might do that, that would be my request. With respect to 11th through Hobbs Taylor, that was news to me what Michael shared about purchasing that property. If you look at that property, it kind of wants to be part of the park, undoubtedly. But I didn't understand that the city was actually had that purchase on the table. So that'd be a question I would have for Dave and Jake, what you may know about that.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I believe it was a citizen request to the CIP, and it's not currently, it will be considered with the other projects, but it's not budgeted or planned at this point. We don't have an estimate on the cost to purchase that property at this time.
Well, that would cause the timing to be pretty problematic, I would think, to get the funds done and get this thing done this year. So I do, I've always liked the alignment that Michael showed us, but without that property, it's just not feasible.
Charlie, Bryan, Commissioner, just further clarification on that. If this project is not completed by September or under contract by September, then KDOT would take the funds back. Is that correct?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, Charlie, that's the case.
Sorry, I was all ready to talk, but I had unmuted myself. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Since first hearing about the issue of the railroads not playing ball with even considering the idea of allowing an easement and right-of-way access, I guess that kind of brings up a point I've been mulling over. At what point does the option of eminent domain come into play here? I know railroads do not operate like normal people do, whereas on the 23rd Street project reconstruction, I think eminent domain may have been used there, right? But, I mean, railroads are property holders, and they are not governmental entities in most cases. So what would be the options for the city to actually say, you know what, you guys aren't using it, it's ours now. You had your you had your chance and you lost out. How is that not possible? Are these guys utterly juggernauts? Dave, you're on mute in case you're talking.
I'm not talking. I was laughing a little. It's the railroad can be a challenge to work with and get approvals from. I think I am also not an attorney. I believe eminent domain is for public, purchasing private property for public use. The railroad's not private property, so that is not an option on the table for eminent domain. And quite honestly, quite frankly, some of the section further to the north, they do still use the spur. And so I think when we were looking at this, the backup to the original preferred alignment was to go along the corridor and then cut through kind of by Allen Press and, use the section where they're really not using it and then cut through. I think there's some challenges with that. And so without being able to keep going all the way north to 8th Street, it's it's that alignment's kind of off the table. So, but yeah, there's any hope that we could still do that, we would pursue it, but I don't think that there is. So,
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. You just said that eminent domain is for the use of private property as a public good. But isn't the railroad a private property? It's not like we're talking about Amtrak here. I mean, this isn't a government-run utility. This is a company with shareholders or privately held, depending on which one you're talking about. That sounds like private to me.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I'm not gonna. I would need to ask an attorney.
That's okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any history or any other project where someone's filed eminent domain against the railroad. So don't think that's an option. But
thank you for the
clarification. Nick, this is Steve. Steve Evans, Commissioner. At the risk of getting myself in trouble, I did walk from the Santa Fe station all the way to 11th Street through the rail yard. And I would have to say that without a lot of work in that rail yard, I would not have wanted to ride my bicycle through there on a 10-foot wide path. It would have been the least desirable part of a 25-mile loop. And, that was pretty eye-opening to me. When you see that on a plan, it looks, oh, well, there's railroad tracks back there. But if you had that experience, and if money were no limit, I'm sure it could be cleaned up. But where I sit right now, the options through Hobbs Field are much more desirable in many ways.
Nick Kuzmyak,
you don't need to get a lawyer.
Thank you, Steve, for the insight. Also, apologies I was not able to attend on Saturday. Something came up, which is too bad because it was a really nice day. Yeah, it's interesting that a rail yard would end up being the worst part of the journey after it goes through an industrial complex and a swamp. And all sorts of other interesting areas. But I guess that's why we have different perspectives here on the commission. I mean, I'm probably more aligned with, say, Catherine, where I ride my bike for speed and for exercise, and I think having all these turns kind of zigging and zagging is pretty technical, and it'd be nice to kind of just go. But if you're taking it at a slower speed, I can definitely appreciate wanting to kind of enjoy the scenery a little bit more. So it sounds like the Delaware version not only aligns with the multi-use nature of the Lawrence Loop, but also the desire to connect it to the neighborhood, as Michael was alluding to earlier. So I can get behind that. I had a quick kind of technicality question here, and feel free to defer this if it is not as relevant as you'd like. The past few planning commission, city commission Transportation Commission meetings I've been involved with, I always see these staff reports on various agenda items. And at the bottom, there's always a line for fiscal impact to the city. There's been a lot recently where it's just said 0, which makes it seem like, like, don't worry about this, there isn't any cost. But that's not really true. There's definitely fiscal impact, both in the near term and in the future. And it seems to me that if we're going to try to comply with the strategic plan, it would be good to kind of, I guess, in the spirit of actually seeing what the fiscal impact is, to maybe think about it in a more holistic manner. Because I think what a lot of people might assume is that it's just a single number. But the fiscal impact is different depending on what the project is. So for this one, the fiscal impact would be, say, okay, if we don't pursue this one alignment that we have left that's actually viable, we are going to lose grant funds, which means that we already have some costs in the design and engineering. That's a bummer. But if we do pursue it, here's the cost that the city must pay to actually construct this thing and make it happen. I think it would be nice for us to see these fiscal impacts sometimes, because then we're not necessarily making decisions in a vacuum. And we can have a better idea of kind of the magnitude of the stakes, right? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? I don't really know how much this costs off the top of my head. And it'd be nice to kind of see that information if it's available. I can understand for things like the 31st and Iowa Bridge. That's a really expensive project and very hard to estimate at this point. So I can understand, it'll cost in the millions. That's okay. But some kind of fiscal impact, it would at least really help me kind of see this in the context of the overall budget and kind of how meaningful it would be to the city's bottom line. All right. Any other comments, or shall we, I guess, move on to our next agenda item? Seeing none. Just to make sure, Jake and Dave, there weren't really any action items on this, right? We were just going to receive it and say, looks good to us. Okay. In that case, let's go on to agenda item number 2, review design alternatives and provide a recommendation for 19th Street, Harper to O'Connell.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Give me 1 sec here. As you probably recall, we're bringing this back with a 6th option, a 22-foot wide street. So going back, I'll give a brief history of the project. We've identified the need to reconstruct the street. It's been in our plan for 4+ years. We've been deferring it the last few years. Currently, it is in the budget to reconstruct the water line this year, and in our CIP to reconstruct the street in next year, 2021. And so we're locating the water line, placing the water line. We want to make sure it's not underneath pavement, so that it's easier and more accessible in the future to access it if there are issues with it. And so when we're thinking about doing the water line project this year, and we want to keep moving forward on deciding a street section so we can complete that project, and then keep moving forward on design with the street project. But as you know, we talked about 5 different options last fall, since then we've developed the 6th option, and we've done that in coordination with the neighborhood group on what they wanted to see, which was a 22-foot wide street with open ditches, and a sidewalk on the north side and a shared use path on the south side. So that's the template that we used or gave to our consultant BG to develop this 6th option with a 22-foot wide street. For comparison, for the other options, I will turn it over to Jason Hoskinson with BG, and he'll kind of run through that concept in comparing with the other ones. So, Jason, if you want to go ahead and take over.
All right, thank you, Dave. Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Hoskinson, BG Consultants. Good to be back with you here. It's been about 6 to 8 months or so. I'm back here with you virtually tonight, but glad we can talk a little bit about the 19th Street project. I am going to share my screen. I've got a brief PowerPoint that I'm going to talk about some of the highlights that Dave introduced to you. And then I'll be available for any questions you may have. So hopefully you all can see the screen here. So this is the 19th Street corridor. I'm going to focus primarily on the discussion of reconstruction from Haskell to O'Connell Road, the east perimeter of, or the west perimeter of Venture Park, east limits of the project. Very quick background just to bring us back up to speed since it has been a little while. As Dave mentioned, it's a water main and transportation improvement project. We did present the first 5 concepts to the Multimodal Transportation Commission meeting in October. There was some discussion, some back and forth, a lot of questions and answers. The general consensus at that time, we did not have a specific recommendation, but the general consensus was more of a smaller, narrower street, incorporating a cycle track, which kind of more or less followed along the concept number 4 that we'll be talking about. That was kind of the general consensus that we collected from the commission. We took that to the city commission in November with a recommendation to pursue concept number 4. We'll show all those in a moment, but action was deferred by the city commission at that time, and they requested that we evaluate an additional concept, which Dave mentioned. Our scope and work to do that was presented to the Multimodal Transportation Commission back in February, and then we finished that up in the spring, and then the COVID-19 came along, and we've been trying to get back on an agenda since then, but we're here tonight to talk a little bit more about that. Again, background, this picture is 19th Street looking west. So on the left side of the screen is the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Non-standard roadway, limited and disconnected sidewalks. Drainage is not so great in many areas. This western portion is really, really flat, which I'll talk about in just a moment. The first 5 concepts we have here went from basically concept 1 was in essence matching Venture Park. That was what was built through Venture Park for O'Connell Road. That was, we'll call it the largest footprint of the concepts we evaluated. And then we went down through options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, focusing primarily on a city standard collector design or better with sidewalks, various means and infrastructure of separating bicyclists and pedestrians and vehicles. And then the 6th option was the 22-foot street with ditches. And as David mentioned, the shared use path and a sidewalk. This next screen simply summarizes the cross section of all of those 6 concepts. The green box highlights the cycle track option that was recommended to the city commission. The red box that we've highlighted here is the 6th concept that we've added. You can see 22-foot wide street. The plan was for gravel shoulders to stabilize that edge, and then that would also be paved at fire hydrants. If you may recall, the fire department requires 26 feet at fire hydrants for vehicles and access. Beyond that would be our ditch section that we see here, forest slope of 4:1 with a flat bottom, and then 4:1 back slope with either the sidewalk or the shared use path on the backside. If you want to talk just briefly about the ditches, the ditch design that you'll see in the concept that we've laid out here is based on a 3-foot deep ditch, and that's primarily driven by the entrances. And so the deeper the ditch, the wider our footprint is, simply because of recoverable forest slopes. So we don't have curbs to redirect traffic. So if somebody is errant and drives off the road, we need to give them a safe way that is free and clear of power poles and obstructions and appropriate slopes to recover and avoid crashing. And then, so we've also got entrance pipes at a driveway. So this bottom cross section right down here on the bottom of the page would show the entrance pipe going underneath a driveway. And this kind of sets our design constraint for how the ditch would lay out in the, call it the plan view of the project. So next two concept maps, this is essentially what was presented back in October to the commission. This is the concept 4 that we were recommending to the city commission. Includes a cycle track on the south side, sidewalks outside of that, a curb and gutter street with storm inlets, storm sewer pipes, conveying 2 lanes of traffic, 1 in each direction. This is a similar concept similar graphic for concept number 6. We've got on the top, we've got Harper on the west, 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. On 19th Street, the red indicates the bump outs, if you will, the pavement widening at fire hydrants. We've got a shared use path in the pedestrian facilities are in orange. Got the shared use path on the south side, sidewalk on the north side, and then the blue line represents the bottom of the ditch. Now in the west area here, this is really flat. The slope of the street is really flat, and in order for us to adequately convey water, we need some slope. And so you see the extents of the project are getting quite far from 19th Street, and that's because we have to build some slope in the ditch, which pushes that ditch farther away from the street in order to collect it and convey it appropriately. That also results in some additional impacts. You can see the purple magenta stars right there. Those are 80-foot tall transmission power lines that Evergy owns in the north side of the corridor. We shifted the street south far enough to avoid those being in the clear zone for traffic, errant drivers. However, the ditches get into them, and we've had some discussions with Evergy, and they are looking at, in this scenario, they would have to relocate. They would have to redo all those poles and the entire transmission. We've got a match line, continue past Brookwood, and eventually tie this concept into the O'Connell Road improvements that were built through Venture Park. A lot of information on this page. This is the pros and cons table that we also presented back in October. We have added item or concept 6. I'm not going to go through this in specific details. Hopefully you've all had a chance to review some of this information. If you do have questions, I can certainly come back to it and answer them. But it outlines various user types and amenities that corridor and infrastructure is providing, and summarizes the scenarios we have here. I do want to point out one thing. The construction cost is in today's dollars. We'll talk about construction timeline in just a moment. A few last thoughts that I have here, and then I'll turn it back over to the commission. There was some discussion at the last commission meeting about drainage and infiltration, groundwater recharge, if you will. I do want to point out, just for some background information, the geotechnical firm had collected some geology samples. I think they bored 10 different locations through the entire corridor back in November of 2019. And they evaluated the soils, quantified them, and labeled them as existing fat clays, essentially soils that are very susceptible to water. They swell when they get wet. They have low permeability, low abilities for internal drainage, and they're weak. And thus, you can see why the pavement out there is not holding up. So in concept 4, when we talk about, okay, well, how do we deal with drainage and infiltration? How do we protect our infrastructure investment? Concept 4, or actually concepts 1 through 5 for that matter, all included a curb inlet and storm sewer system to collect and convey that water in pipes underground. Concept 6, going with an open ditch section, we have to take into account that these are poor soils under the street. We need to keep that water away from the street. That also leads to the ditch design that you see And although there is a little additional green space above concept 4, groundwater infiltration is relatively insignificant during rainfall events. The ditches are really there designed to convey the water away from the project. Some additional ancillary impacts, if you will, that we wanted to present to the commission tonight. The existing right-of-way corridor for 19th Street is about 4.2 acres, and I'll show a footprint map on the next slide. Going with concept 4, you can see the footprint of the design would be about 5 acres, some of which encroaches onto private property, just minimally, but in large part we avoid all the impacts to Evergy's transmission poles and some other utilities. Going with concept 6 with the open ditches, that footprint grows quite significantly, which as a result impacts to private property, right-of-way and easement takings, things of that nature. Added costs for Evergy's relocations go up. So there are additional costs beyond just the initial cost of construction that should be considered when evaluating various projects. This is the footprint map that I was describing, and hopefully you've had a chance to see that. The red dashed line essentially would be the footprint of the concept number 4, a 31-foot wide street with a cycle track. And the blue dashed lines show you the grading limits, the footprint of the concept 6 with the ditches. The numbers here, the per square foot costs on the easements, we coordinated with the city attorney's office on recent valuations that they've received. There hasn't been a specific appraisal on any of these projects on any of these properties for this project, but generally speaking, in nearby areas, they saw a $1 per square foot cost in that range for easements. So kind of wrapping this up, this is a concept 4 versus concept 6 table summarizing costs that we are estimating will be incurred as a part of this project. Evergy, the flagged item here, a 2-year construction inflation. Evergy staff indicated they would need about 1.5 to 2 years to complete all of their relocations in order to be out of the way in time for the construction of the street project. So that is an additional cost that would be incurred with a concept 6. The subtotal to the city, you can see the items there, 2.8 million versus 2.54 million between the two concepts. However, there is granted the utility cost is approaching 780,000 plus for Evergy. That's a cost that they will bear, but it is a cost that they will disperse that out, and eventually their rates will have to go up as they incur more costs with relocations, things of that nature. But that brings us to project totals down at the bottom, about 2.8 versus 3.3. But this time, staff recommendation, BG Consultants' recommendation is to pursue the concept number 4, as was previously presented, for a number of reasons that we have listed there. And with that, I will turn it back over to the commission, unless, Dave, you have anything else to add.
Thanks very much, Jason. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Before we do too much up here on the commission desk, let's take public comment first, because I think that will add some clarifying points that we can then incorporate into our own discussion up here. So, guess who's first on the list?
Am I, Michael Allman, am I first on the list? Or
Maybe a Dave question. I don't know. Do we need to go in order, or is it just whoever speaks up first?
It's just one person that we have on public comment. It's just Michael.
Okay. Thank you. Michael, it's all yours.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you once again. So yeah, thanks to the commission once again for having the 22-foot option an opportunity to be investigated. Not only has the 19th Street Neighborhoods Coalition wanted this calm street design to protect our neighborhoods from speeding, cut-through traffic, but we have thought all along that it would be the most economical. And now that's known as a fact. MSO has graciously run the numbers, as you've just seen, and I want to thank Jason and Dave for that. But it's clear that open ditches add much more to the cost than they're worth. We've realized that now that we see the numbers, and we are conceded that point. We now support the MSO standard storm sewers. And if you consider that, 22-foot design with storm sewers, here's basically the essence. You have a 22-foot wide street without ditches, it's cheaper. Cheaper than the 31-foot wide street by more than $500,000. Option number 4, lane width, 15 feet wide lanes. Interstate highway lane widths are only 12 feet. Option number 6, with 11-foot lanes, and those 11-foot lanes in the preferred option are the same as the 11-foot lanes west of Harper. Now, with the 22-foot option without open ditches, we have to give some consideration to how the storm sewer inlets are handled. We indicated in our letter that shallow swales and storm inlets in the grass area would handle that. And let me share a document there with you on that. These kind of inlets could be used on the side of the road in a shallow swale. There are other ways to do it, of course. And it seems possibly that adding curbs and standard storm inlets with the storm sewer would be preferred, because from the way it sounds, from what Jason said, that would protect the subgrade better. So we're fine with however if you want to do curbs or grassy storm inlets, whatever. But then, Mr. Kuzmyak or Mr. Cronin may have some engineering ideas of other ways to handle those storm inlets. Finally, then, the street classification as a collector supposedly prohibits a partial closure at O'Connell, and it supposedly prohibits 20 miles per hour speed limit, which is what we want. That's just policy, though. It's just policy of staff, and it's not code. Staff has already changed that collector policy to allow speed humps on collectors when they weren't allowed before. So you certainly could recommend that partial closure at O'Connell, entry only eastbound, and you could recommend 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on a collector street as well. So we're happy to see that this can be done the cheapest option at a time when the city is under great stress to with about 20 or 25%.
That's your 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC. Sorry about that. I'm used to seeing that red LCD clock, and I haven't gotten used to using my own clock yet, so it's a crutch. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dustin. And let's, if that's, I believe, Dave, you said he's the only one who signed up to comment, right?
Correct. And I guess, Dustin, can you confirm there was no one in the commission room this week?
Correct. There's no one present.
Thank you. Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. I would be remiss if I didn't note that there's quite a few other comments that came in through email correspondence to myself and Dave. So those are in the agenda packet. Hopefully you read them. I think really the basic gist of what the comments were is that it does seem that the East 19th Street Coalition is okay with ditching the ditches, as it were, and going with the underground storm sewer infrastructure. So I guess I don't want to go too far down this road without starting with you guys first. So anybody else in the commission, thoughts? Carol, did you raise your hand? John, you're next. Carol, you're on mute still, though.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I wanted to ask the staff what the cost difference is if we follow the 19th Street Coalition's proposal.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We don't have a cost with storm sewer, the 22-foot wide street with storm sewer. And we'd have to come up, that would be another option. I mean, that's another design and cost to come up with. Unless you have some other numbers on top of your head.
No, I don't have a specific number on that, but yeah, certainly it would be less than the 31-foot options.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. John? You're going to say something?
Yeah, John Ziegelmeyer, Commissioner. Carol kind of took my question there. I was curious as to what the cost would be to swap out the open with the enclosed drainage. Would it be fair to say it would be the exact same, or Jason, you just need to do more looking at it? And would that also still mean you've got to relocate the power poles?
Jason Hoskinson, BG Consultants. I was looking back at the table of pros and cons. Our concept 2 included a standard collector street, which is essentially very similar to what has been proposed by the coalition, other than it's 31-foot wide. That cost, the construction cost, was $2 million. So we would be some scale of factor down from that. I'm sorry, John, I'm not sure I fully caught your question.
Thank you, my other, John Ziegelmeyer, Commissioner. I think one of my questions was, if you move from an open ditch to the closed system, would the power poles still need to be moved?
Jason Hoskinson, BG Consultants. No, if we go with the closed storm sewer system, power poles can remain where they're at.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Are we using the existing lights, or are we trying for more of a human scale streetscape?
This is City Engineer Dave Cronin. Carol, are you talking about street lighting? We have not looked at street lighting yet. We would do that with design. Typically, we put street lighting at intersections. That's done by Westar. We haven't discussed any specific street lighting plan for this project or at this point.
Well, I'll tell you where I'm coming from. What we have is a street that's been neglected for a very long time. And all of a sudden, we're trying to make some complete street out of it, which is kind of a shock to the area. So I was thinking that if we could do a more modest transition, we don't even know what's going to come off O'Connell Road. I mean, we're doing this in the future. Why can't we do like we've done in other parts of town where we just kind of gradually build up to it?
This is Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I would say that we want to build the street for the future, and we use our transportation plan to kind of give us a guideline of the type of street, whether it's a residential, a collector, or arterial. And in this instance, we are building the street and recommending 2 lanes. Either way you slice it, I think. So If you're looking to the future and, sometimes we look at projected traffic volumes and number of lanes and on bigger streets, but in this case, it's 2 lanes, no matter what the width is. And so I think all the discussion is obviously the width, what we need to accommodate all users. And I have Chris King here with staff, Fire and Med, if there's any questions on the width requirements or minimums as well. But where we put bike facilities and what bike facilities and all those other details that we've kind of talked about before are all things we want to keep thinking about. But we want to build the street for the future and not have to come back and rebuild it again. So hopefully
I guess I want to interrupt at that point, because in more affluent parts of town, we wouldn't even be having this discussion about a neglected street. The only street I could think of was Cassold. And in the years that I've lived in Lawrence, I've lost track of how many times that street has been made over. As the need arises, we've improved the street. So I'm suggesting that we use the same approach with this area.
Nick Kuzmyak, Chair. So just to make sure that I guess I can translate this into a preference, does that mean that you would support the 22-foot wide street option because that's kind of the width it is currently with minimal upgrades, or are you going somewhere totally different with this that I'm not catching? Carol? You're still muted, sorry.
I would support the option that's on the table, the 22-foot option with the storm sewers.
Okay, thank you. Steve, you had your hand raised, so I don't want to pass you by again.
Yeah, yeah, I know we've ditched the ditch here, but I was really pretty excited, I think, along with a lot of people, to learn as much as we could about open ditches. And I'd really like to retain that as a knowledge base for the future, because I think it's, it's something that's going to make sense perhaps in other places. Jason and Dave, could you talk a little bit, casting aside the context of this decision, and just talk about the geotechnical aspects of the ditches, the drainage aspects of the ditches. I know there's a property acquisition element here that's probably weighing pretty heavily on all of this, but what would you expect going down the road? Are the fat clays going to shut this down? Can they be replaced? Are there other geotechnical solutions that might make sense in terms of an open ditch? And by the way, there's open ditches all over Lawrence, and particularly North Lawrence, as you guys know. But I'd like to just learn, don't have to take a lot of time because it's diverting from what we need to decide here, but help us understand that a little bit better if you could.
Jason Hoskinson, BG Consultants. Yeah, I'll weigh in here real quick, and then Dave, you can chime in as well. The fat clays, unfortunately, are a predominant soil across this entire area. It's something that actually the city standards on streets address that. We during design, we include design details and specifications to remediate those soils. You can either remove them and replace them with something good, or you can manipulate them with chemicals, fly ash, lime. There's other ways to stabilize fat clays, but if you don't do anything, they're very, very, very susceptible to moisture, and they get really weak when they're wet, and just don't really support a good pavement structure. And when the ditches are there to convey the water. So as far as whether it's topsoil or fat clay or lean clay or whatever the material is, from an engineering perspective, the more important aspect of the ditch in the storm drainage component is to convey that water away from the subgrade. The topic of the fat clays not allowing much infiltration just gets kind of more back into the more global discussion of, where does that water go? Is it going right downstream, or can we provide more pervious surface where it would soak into the ground and eventually, I don't know, go somewhere down into the aquifer? So from a ditch design perspective, I design a lot of rural roads, rural highways, interstates, things like that as well. Where they're in the more open areas, non-urbanized areas, it makes a lot of sense because it's really easy to go in and grade in ditches, get the drains you need. If you need to grade a ditch farther away from the street to get more slope, you can do it. The property is usually farm ground. You're not usually getting into parking lots and fences and buildings and houses by doing that. But Dave, with that, I'll turn it back to you and see if you have any other items to add in on the ditch design topic.
No, I think that summarized it pretty well, Jason. Yeah, it's just, we want to get the water off the road, and we don't, and away from the road, and we would be concerned about seepage, and, if you let water sit in the ditch and try to infiltrate. And so, we typically don't do ditch design in urban settings for space constraints, and then all the other factors with utilities and other underground infrastructure that we need to get in and spacing those. So if there's any other specific questions on ditch design that we missed, feel free to let us know. Steve?
I do have one follow-up. This is Steve. On their own merit, were open ditches feasible on this project?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I do not believe they're feasible on this project. And if you look at the footprint of the open ditch and still being able to get sidewalks and the rec path in, we're pushing out the limits, and especially on the west end where you've got a few homes that would be severely impacted. We would have to do something different there. We can't push the water out in the front yard and put the sidewalk on the front porch. So we did just use the standard typical section across the whole corridor, but it's, in our opinion, it's not feasible to move forward with a 22-foot wide street with the open ditch.
Thanks.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. I'm trying to piece together a couple nuggets of information here. So, clays are bad at draining and therefore make kind of an impermeable surface, which is why they're used for things like lining lagoons and landfills. Therefore, if you want to convey water, it sounds like clay's not half bad. So if our whole region's clay, sweet. The other problem with fat clays is that if they swell and expand and then contract and dry out, it sounds like that's horrible for subgrade infrastructure. It sounds like kind of a recipe for disaster for cracked, pipes, really of any material, honestly. So though it sounds like pipes definitely make the most sense in this situation because of those gigantic power lines on the road, it sounds like this might be an opportunity kind of overall to, kind of work with nature instead of against nature. Instead of trying to put an infrastructure that is going to be destroyed by the heaving and contracting of the clay, maybe use those properties to our advantage and allow water to be conveyed, still pretty well, and also save on maintenance. I mean, it's basically kind of transitioning the maintenance responsibilities to the homeowners, which I'm sure a lot of homeowners aren't that into. But basically, they would be mowing the turf in there instead of you guys having to go out, dig up the whole street or the whole sidewalk and replace a pipe. So it seems to me that, if it weren't for the concern about pollutants being conveyed to the environment versus to the wastewater treatment plant, seems like there's actually a case to be made in quite a few parts of Lawrence that are not particularly dense. That ditches might actually make a lot of sense. So I don't think that's under our jurisdiction. I'm just, it's kind of how I've synthesized this. So feel free to correct me if those assumptions are wrong, but that's kind of where I've arrived at here. Does anybody else have questions? Charlie, you're muted.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. Are we asking questions or are we discussing this?
Kind of both.
Well, I'd like to bring up that on our November meeting, we did vote in favor of option 4, or concept 4, with the change that we wanted to see a 27-foot road instead of a 31-foot road. And that was based on, I think, a city standard for a residential street. And we discussed wanting to make it even narrower, but felt constrained by the city policy. The fire department had indicated a set of standards that they looked to that suggested a 22-foot road would be sufficient, except in the case where there is a fire hydrant. In those cases, it would need to be 26 feet wide. And I think we identified that maybe the city's policy of a 27-foot road is sort of exceeds what the fire department needs. So I kind of wanted to go into if we're open to a 22-foot road, one that meets the fire department's needs but doesn't overbuild, could we just return to option 4, which we agreed to, but ask for it to be further constrained to 22 feet or 26 feet in the case where there's a fire hydrant located? And the only one that opposed that vote or voted against it was Nick, just because you wanted to kind of see the continued discussion about 22 feet. So I think at this point it feels like we've achieved the discussion of the 22 feet. I'm kind of in favor of the idea. Let's see if we can go back to concept 4, but with the 22-foot back of curb to back of curb street design. What do others think about that?
The Kuzmyak MMTC chair, just one, I guess, technicality here. The difference in option 6 between everything else is what's on the side of the street. So on option 6, we have a 5-foot sidewalk on the north and a 10-foot SUP on the south, shared use path. None of the other options have that exact configuration. So is it maybe option 2 that might be the closest? If we were to replace the 5-foot sidewalk with a 10-foot sidewalk, reduce 31 feet to 22 feet / 26, and that would maybe be the closest? Because option 4, or on option 4, just delete the southern sidewalk.
Well, I'm not interested in option 6. I think option 4 was what we voted on and agreed to in November, so I'm trying to get back to that. We seem to appreciate the idea of a cycle track, which separates the bicyclists from pedestrians. I've also heard in city commission discussions of an interest in trying to separate bicyclists from pedestrians. So this gives us an opportunity to demonstrate what that would look like. I think the point of difference in that November vote was how wide should the street portion of the project be? And at the time, I thought we agreed that 27 feet would allow us to meet the city standard for a residential street, and we didn't think we had the authority to consider 22 feet. But it feels like the city commission has essentially given the authority to say 22 feet is permissible. And the fire department had indicated that 22 feet would meet their standards. So it kind of feels like what we were constrained by in November, we're no longer constrained by. We could allow the fire department to get their needs met and build the street to the right size and have a cycle track and 2 sidewalks on both sides. So it seems like a good option.
Steve? Unless Dave, you want to answer first, sorry.
Yeah. Steve Evans, Commissioner. I won't go into all the detail I went into in October and November, but to summarize my feelings in driving the streets of Lawrence in this particular case, and this is really gut feeling, intuition, call it whatever you want to call it. I am not comfortable with a 22-foot wide street. I am equally uncomfortable with a 31-foot wide street. I've sat and watched and driven on both, and I believe on a 31-foot wide street, traffic still goes faster than I would be comfortable with in this scenario. And that as Charlie said, is where we ended up in October and November, landing on a 27-foot wide option. And that's what I would support and what I think would be the right decision. With regard to the cycle track, I'm not really sure this is the best place to do a cycle track. I really, as Michael and the coalition landed, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, with a 10-foot shared use path on the south side of 19th and a 5-foot sidewalk on the north side. That to me would offer some cost savings in addition to narrowing the street to 27 feet, replacing the cycle track and the sidewalk on the north side with a shared use path. This feels like a shared use path scenario to me. I do think I'd love to be doing cycle tracks. I'm just not sure this is the best place to do it. And I don't think we ought to do it because we can. That's, I'm still back to 27 feet. And I guess that would be option 4 with some modifications in terms of the cycle track. And I know that's option 7, and I don't know that we need to draw that up here, but I do think, I do feel really comfortable with that scenario.
Hey, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I did want to come back to the discussion again on the 22-foot wide street, and since I have Chris King here with our fire and medical department, wanted him to speak a little bit about some of the concerns we would have with going to that narrow of a street, which is less than our residential streets. Chris?
Dave, thanks, and commissioners, thanks for allowing me to sit in tonight. In these challenging times, it's always important to keep the communications going and a little collaboration. And as Dave said, we do support the city's design standards for for our arterial, our collector, and our residential streets. They're highly critical for us, that infrastructure enabling us to get to the emergencies in a timely manner. Timely is the key there. It's the thing that we record and we track during our incidents and annually, and try to improve those as part of our accreditation process that we do. Last year in November, we were asked to weigh in on this development or redevelopment of this, and it seems like a great opportunity for improvements in the community out there. I was doing a little research today. There are 283 sites at the mobile home park, 4 commercial sites, and 6 other residential down towards Harper Street. All are equally important to get to. The challenge becomes is when we have a road. I'll speak a little bit to the 20-foot here in a minute. Obviously, in November of last year, we supported that 31-foot wide because I believe that 19th was identified as a collector. That would be in line with supporting that those collector roads or streets. It allows for all kinds of multimodals happening, whether that's buses, bikes, cars, mopeds, motorcycles, people walking, jogging, all kinds of things happening. It allows for that space. And also allows us to be able to get to an emergency in a timely fashion. We identified the 27-foot would be our next option that we would really like to see. It's in a mostly residential area, which enables us to get there. We've had challenges in residential areas where the roads are 27-foot wide, but they have a lot of curves. and there's parking on one side or not. And so, so we were able to, in November, when we were asked what is the minimum in the fire code, we identified it at the November 19th meeting that it was a 20-foot wide fire access road by definition. Now, those 20-foot roads by definition include roads and streets and those sort of things. The majority, I don't know, this will be the first less than 27-foot road redesigned, I guess, in Lawrence for a long time, which could be fine. The key is so the design enables us to continue that emergency access. The 20-foot brings challenges into to passing vehicles. We typically use the 20-foot in, if you look a little bit to the east on the GIS map from this area, you'll look into the East Hills Business Park. In and around industrials or sometimes apartment complexes on the outside perimeter roads, those sort of things, where we try to use the 20-foot there. The traffic is lower. There's less people on the road, less chance of that not being able to get around and make that access. The important thing is that it'll eventually be connected to the to O'Connell Road, which will be able to come from both directions. The key is we don't want to delay any responses. So 20 foot may be the minimum. We would obviously support the 31 or the 27 foot. I think that the 22 foot has provided a good design, and there will be other things that need to come along with it. There will be no parking on either side of the road. Those sort of things come along with that. As I talk about time, you know, that we measure that time from the time that we get the 911 call, and that can be for a fire or a medical emergency, to the time that we get on the truck, the time we get out the door, and to the time we leave the building, till the time we get to the address. And so the easiest and the quickest, most direct route will get us there very quickly. Some buildings are have different. Every emergency is important to get to in a timely manner. So we just want to try to maintain those benchmarks that we've created. So probably taking up too much time, but I do appreciate your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those right now. And
John Ziegelmeyer, Commissioner. A couple quick questions for you, Mr. King. How wide is the normal fire truck that you would send to a fire in that area, number one, and then how wide does it become with the outriggers?
Great question. I'm sorry I wasn't prepared, but I do have a schematic. So we have a schematic that I can send to the commission if you need it. Width-wise, typically from outside of box to outside of box is about 8 feet. So we plan on driving widths with our mirrors that stick out to the side, probably another foot, maybe. So that's about a 10-foot just driving aisle. This is a straight shot. The challenge is when we start turning, then obviously when we have new developments, we require the engineers to provide auto turns. So those auto turns provide us locations that we need to improve the access. Outriggers setup wise, we plan on 20 feet. Okay, so that would be from one side of the road to the other side of the road. When we get when we make a hydrant, obviously we talked about the additional widths at those locations. So a large diameter hose comes off the side of it. That can take up to 20, 26, obviously, to even to 30 or 35 feet, just because of the large diameter hose is very rigid and it doesn't flex very well, and so it makes a big curve, if you will. So, you know, even with the 26-foot wide, when they talk about the minimums of the access roads, those become challenging of keeping the hose inside that way. So essentially, we would shut the road down if we were to have to. There would be no passing at that point. So.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. It sounds like that would be an ideal situation then, if there's an active fire, to not have cars passing. That's not what you would want anyway, right?
Well, the challenge is and I'm sorry, Chris King, Nick. The challenge is that sometimes apparatus need to get around it to a different emergency or relocate around the other side of the apparatus, and so. First in trucks typically try not to, it just depends on the incident in a fire situation, try not to drive by too many hydrants. In this project, we're improving some hydrants along that road, which is going to be an improvement, but we typically try not to drive by. When we go away, we talk about going out of the box, turning right at 19th and Harper, we're going out of the box, we're not driving towards the center of everybody else. So our backup is farther away. So we would need to make that hydrant as soon as possible. We're planning very carefully on how to attack that, depending on how far out truck 5 is or engine 1 is, to be able to supply that water. And so I can't say that it's that way every time.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Thank you. So there are quite a few 22-foot wide streets around Lawrence that have ditches on the side of them already. How are those attacked in terms of response times and, I guess, staging of emergency response vehicles? I mean, North Lawrence hasn't burnt out, so I'm assuming that there is a way to get around it, but just it's pretty inconvenient and does slow down response times.
Right. So, and I'm not familiar with which roads you're speaking of, and I'd be happy to look at those in the future. As I said, with existing roads, we do have responses, planned responses. There are areas that may be a one-way street in a short section of the road where our 49-foot apparatus can't make the normal turn. They may have to come from a different direction, and so that happens a lot. And that's why we do map testing and drivers education and all those emergency vehicle operations training as well. And so, as I said, it's not to say that it couldn't be done. It just it's when you're designing a new road. It would probably be best to be planned for all purposes. So.
Kuzmyak, MMTC. All right, so that does inform my thoughts quite a bit. So it sounds like if we were to go with the extreme options, the 22-foot wide street, that would make it more difficult for fire response. More planning would be necessary, more drills, more mapping out, and basically creating these planned responses for this more inconvenient, difficult situation. That being said, and I don't know exactly what the mission statement is of the Lawrence Fire Department, but of what I've read, many fire departments around the country have basically a primary directive of preserving the life of and safety of the public. In this case, that would extend to beyond fires. It would extend to traffic accidents, pedestrian accidents, bike accidents, and the statistics show that the skinnier the street, the less these happen. Speed is a factor in, I think it says 26% of accidents. So that means that if we can reduce speeding on the street by making it so uncomfortable to drive on that you just would be crazy to go faster than 25, then I think we could have a measurable impact on just, compared to a 31-foot street, we could have a pretty sizable impact on how many people might crash on here, and not just in cars to other cars, but to pedestrians, to cyclists. There's a lot of dog walkers on this street because the Humane Society's right there. There's the Douglas County Fairgrounds, a lot of walkers during those sessions. So I feel like as long as fire response can still happen at a reasonable rate, I mean, obviously it's not for me to say because I'm not in your department, but it seems like it would be worth it to me to have the added inconvenience of planning response around skinny streets to gain as a trade-off the decreased level of crashes and accidents that would happen otherwise in a wider street. So I know this is, that's a little bit inflammatory. I can understand that. So I would certainly welcome argument if need be. But
well, no, I do appreciate the input and that is very valuable. It is. I'm not here to argue though. I'm just here to try to provide some information and hopefully everybody we can make an improved road out there. But yeah, definitely there are, and there's communities that have smaller roads. Lenexa has been doing lots of redevelopment, have lots of roundabouts. The challenge becomes when they do that, then they have to buy some more expensive fire trucks. They've gotten tiller trucks. It's just a different way of doing business, but the only way they can get around the roundabouts is with the tiller trucks, and so those are different adaptive measures that sometimes you need to look at too. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. That's very valuable information.
Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. Yeah, I certainly appreciate you coming here and explaining your viewpoint. I think it really helps kind of develop the overall holistic viewpoint. And yeah, I wouldn't want to make things so hard that it's impossible to actually respond to fires. I just hope that if there's some aspect of a compromise that we could come to satisfy multiple constraints, that would be cool. So anyway, I've hogged up enough time. Other commissioners, if you have any input, I would certainly accept it. Or if we're at the point for motion, I don't know if we've reached that, honestly. At some point, I know we've gone quite a while without having a break. It's pretty unorthodox to do it right in the middle of a discussion topic. So, I don't know, guys. Where are we at here? I don't think we've arrived at enough of a discussion conclusion to really recommend an option just yet.
Nick, this is Steve. I would suggest allowing everybody the opportunity to chime in and seeing where the group is at. I think I would prefer not to take a break until we get through this item, but I'd like to get some feedback from everybody if we could. That'd be my suggestion.
Thanks, Steve. Hearing no objections or any other input, that sounds good. Shall we go round robin? I'm going to go around in the order that you guys are on my screen. Steve, I'll come back to you if you have any more. Donna?
I am struggling with this. I agree with Steve about the narrowness of a 22-foot roadway, but then I think that would make me slow down, and that's what the neighbors want. I want to honor fire and medical, their path through there, and transit routes. There's no transit route on that section right now. There's one that turns right at 19th and then Harper, but we've changed so much infrastructure on campus to accommodate buses. I hate to make something not possible in the future because we've made a roadway that's too small to accommodate a new route. I worry about, we've created this complete streets goal, but we're deviating, and actually, so is 31 foot the width for a complete street? So even the 27 would be a departure from that, but 27 in my mind feels like a good compromise.
Charlie?
I mean, David, you can explain this too. Just Complete Street doesn't have a certain width, but there is a city policy that a residential street is 27 and a collector is 31. So there are some standards that the city has adopted. I think what we were discussing at the last time we had this conversation is that the city's policy for the 27 feet was in fact kind of exceeded what was kind of required by the fire department's international fire code standards, which established 20 feet and 26 feet as the minimum expectations, 26 feet being if there's a fire hydrant. So we recognized that we could perhaps rely on the 27-foot city standard for a residential street as a way to call for some deviation from Concept 4, which called for a collector street width. So we were basically saying, let's go with Concept 4, but go for a residential street width. However, there was still this 27 feet the appropriate policy for the city. Should we maybe reconsider that if the fire code doesn't compel us to use 27 feet? Should it be 26 if it's a fire hydrant, or 20 if there's no fire hydrant?
Oh, now you've just made it more confusing. I don't know that I mean, right now I'm thinking what we approved last meeting. I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know. I like the shared use path instead of the dedicated bike lanes. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to make a decision. I want to hear you.
Thank you, Donna. Catherine?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add at this point.
Aaron?
I'm not sure I'm ready to make it. I think.
Uh-oh. I think we lost her.
Part of me thinks that I don't know.
Sorry, Aaron, you cut out a little bit, at least for me.
Am I back now?
Yes.
I'm very far from the internet. So I'm inclined, or have been sort of leaning towards the 31 foot. I just think after reading some of the comments and how the neighbors' sort of second choice, Concept 4, seems like a good option. That's what I'm leaning toward, I guess I would say.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. It sounded to me like a lot of the neighbors still really wanted that 22-foot option. It was the storm ditches that they were totally willing to give up. It seems to me that the width was still front and center in their demands.
Yeah.
Or at least the ones who wrote to us. I can't speak for anybody who actually lives on the street. Who do we miss? So I think we've already covered this, but just to make sure, if we were to do basically, let me see if I can make sure I word this correctly. If we were to do design alternative, I guess 4, but make it instead of 31 feet, 22 feet, and 26. And if we were to delete that southern sidewalk and just wrap it all up into a single shared use path, area-wise, does it fit in within the existing right-of-way footprint? Would you have to get any easements? And you basically would lose, let's see, you would lose 13 feet plus whatever that green space was.
Generally speaking, it's going to be within the infrastructure will be within the existing rights of way. there may be some temporary easements that are needed just to kind of grade and feather things back in and tie it all in.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Thank you for that assessment. You know, I was thinking, if we go with this plan that has curbs and green space and sidewalks and it's really just flat the whole way across, I'm thinking from a fire response perspective, these things aren't exactly garage queens. They can definitely do some pretty good off-roading if they have to go over grass or dirt or rocks. I would assume if you truly needed to go around or put 3 fire trucks side by side, you'd have a lot of grass in the sidewalk to work with. And that sidewalk that people would probably not want to be running down if there's a fire at the fairgrounds. This is just conjecture, of course, but I would assume that sidewalks do get used sometimes in the response plan, right?
Yeah, sorry, Chris King. As long as they're able to support the 88,000 pounds and are all weather, yeah. We use them at KU a lot. You wonder why we have 30-foot wide sidewalks at KU? That's because we have lots of challenges with access around. And so those have been included in design. And so, yeah, that could be an option.
So, Carol.
I was just thinking, you know, we were talking about policy. When you live in an older neighborhood, there's also policy on how wide the sidewalks are supposed to be, and we can't follow that either. I think we have spent several years learning that we need to apply our standards differently when we are retrofitting, because retrofitting is totally different. We just can't do a complete street. We have to figure out how to adapt it to an area. Just comment.
Thank you. So, I know which way I'm leaning. Sorry, Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. I know which way I'm leaning, but I know on this last time that we brought it up before the commission, I did not vote with the rest of you, so I would prefer somebody else who's more likely in the majority to make a motion. I think we're getting there.
Well, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer, and I kind of want to also understand what you guys are leaning to. I think doing a varying street width is going to be complicated, and it's not as easy as just cutting off a 22-foot wide street, making it 26, making it 22, with storm sewers and taper length. So I think you know, we would like to get to having a consistent street width. In our opinion, you know, like I said, we want to follow our city adopted standards, which is 31 feet. I think the 26-foot wide street, which is a 27-foot back-to-back, does meet the fire's minimum for setting up on the street. But we cannot support a street that's varying in width. So you guys can recommend that, but I would strongly discourage a design like that.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. What is the, I guess, quantity that we're worried about? Is it additional cost for design, additional cost for easements? Because it looks like here on the plans that you know, the paths are going to vary regardless, just because of how the street looks. Whether we go with option 4 or option 5, things are going to vary. But I mean, when it comes to having a street slightly wider or slightly less wide, I mean, I feel like I've seen these streets in rural and urban areas all around the world. It can be done. So it's a question of increased cost during design, increased cost of construction, and if so, is that the kind of thing that would already be offset by having such, I guess, a lower amount of materials to use and less right-of-way to be acquired? It seems that we're saving quite a bit by going with a much skinnier street without that southern extra sidewalk and without any utility pole reconfigurations. I mean, it is the cheapest option if you kind of combine all the things that the neighborhood has been talking about.
This is Catherine. I do have a question, Dave. How wide is 19th Street at the point where the Burroughs Trail crosses it? They just redid that section there.
19th Street between Massachusetts and Haskell is 31 foot back to back.
Okay.
So our proposed section would be the same width as it is to the west. That section, we went back and restriped with bike lanes. So it had been 31 foot, and I think a number of years ago we went back and put in 2 skinny bike lanes. So, but it is the same width back to back. And I don't know, Nick, Dave Cronin, city engineer. Nick, was there a question you had for me? I missed it. I think you're just the right of way and the cost. You're getting at that. I think the option without open ditches, whether it's 27, 31, I think predominantly it's going to be within the right of way. There may be some easements, but it's not going to be a huge difference. The open ditches cause a significant amount of right of way, but the other options, give or take a little bit, we're going to be pretty similar in cost, just depending on what we go with all the facilities, sidewalks, shared use path, street width, etc., cycle track.
Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. The question I specifically asked was, you had said that having variable width streets is not recommended, and I was trying to get more information on why, where the difficulty is or the extra cost there.
Well, I think it's going to be, there's going to be some challenges with constructing it, but it's just, I've never seen anything like that before with a half-mile street. If we're going to be making the width different I think the fire hydrants were spaced every 300 feet, Jason, right? 300 or 400 feet. So you're varying the street width by, in this, between these two options.
By 4 feet, right?
4 feet. And so it's going to be tapering in and out, and you could have vehicles hitting the curbs and not following. I think it's, I'd have some concerns about that. You would probably need some sort of striping or something to keep the right edge defined. But, aside from our standards and having all users use the street, and it may not all be vehicles, it may be bicyclists also that choose to use the street between the bike lanes east and west of this project, but it would be a very unusual design. So,
Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. It seems that if the concern is having to have, I guess, the street isn't fully the same with the whole way across. I mean, we have streets like that in town. I mean, Mass Street downtown has those bump outs at the intersections, and then it has much deeper parking. What's the other one I was thinking of? Jeez. Sorry, brain dead all of a sudden. There was the Bike Boulevard. Part of its design to slow down traffic is to have bump outs and varying street widths and twisty turnies. And this is obviously not a bike boulevard, but it's still meant to be a street that slows people down and makes them kind of uncomfortable to make it safer for all users. John.
Yeah, I agree with Steve. I can't support 22. I'm willing to, if you're looking for a motion, make a motion for number 4 based on Steve said at 27 feet.
Well, John, if we could add to that and clarify cycle track and shared use path on the south side of 19th, if we could put that all into one motion, that was my suggestion, if that's what you were thinking.
That's fine, Steve. I'm comfortable with that.
Dave and Nick, is that a good motion? Are you looking for a second?
Use a little bit more detail. Could you say it again kind of in full just so I can understand what we're voting on?
Steve, why don't you go ahead, since you were adding the cycle track, but number 4 with the 27-foot width, and then Steve's.
Okay, okay. Okay, this is Steve Evans, Commissioner. I'd like to make a motion that we select alternative number 4 with the exception of a 27-foot wide back-of-curb to back-of-curb section. And on the south side of 19th, we have a 10-foot shared use path and eliminate the cycle track. And on the north side, keep a 5-foot wide sidewalk.
I would second that.
Okay, Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. We have a motion by Steve and second by John. Dustin, would you mind running us down the list? Oh, wait, sorry. Do we have to have any discussion on that first? I don't know if that's normally how we do things.
Charlie, Bryan, Commissioner. I call the vote.
Call the vote. I like that kind of authority. Thank you, Charlie. All right, Dustin.
Okay.
Please call the vote.
Allie Weems, MSO.
Thanks.
So when you hear your name, please say yay or nay. Nick,
Nay.
Catherine,
Nay.
Charlie,
Aye.
Donna,
Aye.
and Steve,
Aye.
Carol,
Nay.
John, and Aaron.
Aye.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think we missed John's. He may have been muted.
He was seconded, but
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, never mind.
John Ziegelmeyer, Commissioner, aye.
And hey, you never know.
Okay, so I didn't miss it. Thanks. What, was that 5-3?
Yeah, I think. Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC, 5-3, motion passes. So, you know what I should have asked before we did that? Is this going to lead to a change order, or since this is conceptual phase design, can we work this into now the preliminary and final design stages?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. It will not lead to a change order. We will take this recommendation to the city commission to get direction before we proceed to final design. We already have the rest of the final design in the scope for the projects. So as long as we don't look at another option, we would move forward pending city commission approval.
And this means that we're going to have storm drains rather than ditches?
Correct. Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Thank you, everybody, for the hearty discussion, and thank you, Chris, for your input as well, and thank you, Jason, for walking us through that and sitting through. It's been a ride so far, but it looks like we're going forward. So, with that, let us take a break if we're all okay with that. Come back at sorry, Chris, before we go.
No, I was just saying thanks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just raising your hand.
Have a great night.
All right, guys, let's come back at, what do you think, is 8:10 reasonable or 8:05? I'm seeing 5. 8:05. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Standard time.
Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. It's 8:06, so we'll give people maybe not 30 seconds, then we can get this show back on the road, back on the complete street. Well, Dave, I think we can probably get started on this, right?
I am ready. Yeah. So Dave Cronin, city engineer. Going to go over here our draft ordinance pertaining to electric scooters. So as you know, we've the MMTC formed a micromobility committee last year, and we've been reviewing regulations pertaining to electric assisted scooters in both an ordinance specific to Lawrence and also regulations pertaining to a shared scooter pilot program. Back to last year, July 1st, 2019, e-scooters are allowed by state statute to operate in the state of Kansas, and they are currently allowed to operate within the city of Lawrence, therefore, since we have adopted the Kansas Standard Traffic Ordinance. But the city has the ability to adopt an ordinance that regulates scooters further if we choose. So essentially what we've done is put together a draft of an ordinance that allows the e-scooters in the city, and the regulations will be similar to bicycles, that the scooters may use sidewalks, although they would be required to yield to pedestrians on sidewalks and in crosswalks. They would also be prohibited from using sidewalks downtown, which is similar to bicycles currently. We did make an exception for the sidewalks on the Kansas River Bridge. Currently, the downtown zoning CD district, I guess, goes into North Lawrence across the Kansas River Bridge. So technically, if we use the same language as the ordinance with the bicycles, they would not be allowed on the Kansas River Bridge street because it's a highway, or on the sidewalks. So that is the reason for the exception. And we also, I think this is important, we also prohibited vendors from operating a shared e-scooter program without a license. And so currently, any company could come in and drop scooters. And, as we continue to talk about having a pilot program and an agreement with a company, this would prohibit them from doing that without our permission or entering into an agreement with them. So the other thing that we looked at here with our committee and put in the draft was a regulation to limit the speed of e-scooters on sidewalks to 15 miles per hour. So we kind of discussed the pros and cons of speed limits, and we ultimately landed on 15 miles per hour, which was similar to what Manhattan did under their ordinance to regulate speed on sidewalks. And it's also consistent with the same speed that we were going to use as a maximum speed for companies operating shared e-scooters. And so I did note that there currently isn't a speed limit regulation for bicycles on sidewalks, but we may want to consider that in the future. So I guess all in all, we were when we went through drafting this, the committee and staff felt that we would, the intent was to have the scooters and bicycles be pretty similar as far as the regulations. And so that's the one note there on the 15 miles per hour that would be a little different, but we could consider changing that in the future with bicycles if we felt appropriate and after we received public feedback on that. The other thing I would do here is give everyone an update on the pilot program. So we issued the RFQ. Last December, we received 3 proposals, Bird, Ride, and Slider. We narrowed them down, and ultimately I think our review committee was going to select Bird as the sole vendor to operate the pilot program under some of the outlined details that we had requested in our RFQ. Fast forward after we received those and we went into the COVID situation and things changed a little, and it we put it on the back burner, but we did inform them that we were suspending the program indefinitely until things started getting back to normal, I guess I'd say. Of course, that could be quite a while before we're back to the way things used to be. And so there's, we still have a hold, I guess, on launching the pilot program. And, we've had some discussions on proceeding or not proceeding. Ultimately, I think we probably need to make a decision in the next month or two if we intend to do that this year. I think our intent was to get good data from a pilot program, and so that may be challenging given the situation. That's something that we would bring back in the future, I think. A discussion on the shared scooter pilot program and an agreement or draft agreement with regulations for companies. So that's a little update on that, but we wanted to keep moving forward with this ordinance and get that adopted first. And so we have drafted that for a discussion tonight and any consideration. I would say the one thing we also may add to it is a restriction for the scooters on campus sidewalks. And so we may add a note on that. There is currently in our code on bicycles and skateboards, for skateboards, they are not allowed on campus sidewalks. And there's some language in there, and we may work with KU a little just to confirm the intent on that before we take the final draft to the City Commission for approval. So with that, I'd stand for any questions. And Maria Garcia is here from our City Attorney's Office if there's any legal questions that I can't answer. So she helped with this draft, and I'll just turn it back over to the group for any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Nick Kuzmyak, I'm in 2C. So I should note that as on the micromobility committee, we went through quite a bit of discussion, especially in the finer points of sidewalk speed, sidewalk operation, sidewalk for shared use path, bicycles versus scooter consistency. And we recognize that, this is, given the sheer novelty of scooters and the fact that this is a pilot program, we're kind of doing the best that we can under the information that we have. And I feel that, staff has done a really good job in making this a fairly succinct and relevant ordinance. So I personally am pretty comfortable approving it as is. And I note that if there is something that you think is kind of really off, that'd be good to note. But otherwise, I would expect there to be at least the possibility of revisions and tweaks over the coming years as we see how these things really operate. I mean, at this point, we're aware that there are scooters that can go up to 55 miles an hour, which is an insane amount of speed for something on that small of wheels. And that sounds like it's kind of an outlier at this point, but as people get more comfortable with these scooters, they may start to ride faster. So I think we're going to have to be flexible and evolve with the technology and the ways that people use the technology to kind of stay in front of it. And that's sort of the whole point of the pilot program, is that unlike other cities, we are staying in front of it before they get dropped on our doorstep. So I really like where we've gotten at this point, and I really appreciate all the participation that's gotten us here. So that's where I'm at. Anybody else? Well, if not, Donna, I had a quick question for you. Could you fill us in on kind of where KU may or may not stand on this whole thing?
Sure. Donna Holteen, Commission. When we first went into this with the city, I think that it was driven by the students. It was student leadership last year it was one of their platform items, and they were determined to have a scooter program on campus. So we went into it thinking, yeah, we'll participate in this. I think at some point we decided, I think the RFP said April. We decided it might be safer to push it back to June, once summer school started, so it wouldn't be as big of a campus population. And then COVID stopped that. In the meantime, the VO Ride pile of bicycles on the front page of the paper really had a really negative effect for the university. Those are bicycles that are crimson and blue, and they've got the KU brand on them, and people believed that KU did that. And so now I feel like there's university administration dealing right now with trying to figure out how we bring students back, to what extent we bring them back in the fall. I don't think they're willing to add scooters to the mix in the fall, at least for sure. We have new student leadership, and I am working to get a meeting with them to just discuss what their thoughts on scooters on campus are. But right now, I feel like the leadership is not very keen on them. And I worry too about, you ride a scooter, do you wipe it down? Does somebody wipe it down? Just worried about how this virus transmits. So that will keep me up at night.
Thank you, Donna. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. We did bring up the idea of how do you sanitize scooter handles. The solution I offered, and I don't know if anybody else does this, but if I go outside, I try to do it as minimally as possible because I'm a vector, right? So when I do, I always bring a thing of pocket hand sanitizer with me, and anytime I touch any door handle, my own car door handle, the post office box, that's kind of giving you an idea of really, that's my life these days. I don't really go very far. After I touch anything, before I touch my face or any part of my personal belongings, the hand sanitizer comes out. And I feel like that's exactly what I do on a scooter. I would just ride, probably not try to ride one-handed and pick my nose while I'm doing it. And then after I'm done, hand sanitize, I'm out of here. So I'm hoping that enough people have evolved to fit the new, germaphobe paradigm that most of us are either carrying hand sanitizer or trying not to touch our face. So I'm assuming that whatever concerns apply to scooter handlebars probably also apply to door handles and railings and the like. So anyway, I'm not trying to diminish the concern that these things could definitely be vectors. I'm just thinking, how many people touch a scooter throughout the day? How many people touch a door handle throughout the day? One of these is possibly more touched. So, but thank you for trying to engage all the stakeholders necessary at KU to kind of make this happen. I think it's really important to get both administration and students on board, because if they don't agree, it's going to be rough. So that is great. Well, one of the other things that we worked on was what you were alluding to, Donna, the sort of image issue of the throwaway culture of some of these startup companies, kind of the environmental clause. I gotta be honest, I'm not entirely sure where we ended up with that. Dave or Maria, do you want to fill me in on how we were going to work that into something? Were we going to approach Sustainability Advisory Board?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I asked the Sustainability Advisory Board if they would like to help study that topic further, and it wasn't one of the items that was that they felt was in their scope for this year with the other things they're working on. And then I think we discussed some language that we had drafted for in the agreement, in the shared scooter agreement, that just regarded, it was general nature of properly disposing of or recycling of materials, that we have some draft language in there that we were going to consider. This is kind of where we left it, Nick. That wouldn't pertain to this ordinance, obviously, but yeah, something that we're going to consider.
Kuzmyak, MMTC. Thank you, Dave. That's kind of where I thought it ended up, in the agreement language, not so much in the ordinance. Steve?
Yeah, I just want to chime in a little bit on that topic, and just remind everybody when this all started, the discussion was we want to get people out of cars as much as we can, and this was a means of doing that. I have read several articles about the life cycle costing, and certainly when the pilot bicycle showed up at the junkyard, it kind of, threw this whole thing into, maybe another realm. But for me, I think that this discussion ultimately needs to go beyond parking and speed limits and are scooters appropriate for Lawrence or not, and what are the green and sustainability aspects of scooters, period, anywhere. And I don't know what's fact and fiction now, but I have read, I think, some pretty reliable articles on most of these scooters have a life cycle of less than 2 years, and they go to the scrap pile. I was really interested in keeping scooters out of a scrap pile and at least having some repurposing aspects in order for me to get to the point where I'm beyond, do I want to have scooters in Lawrence or not, and what are the rules and regulations. So I really think we need to maintain. I'm a little disappointed that the SAB isn't up for this challenge. So if they're not, maybe we should be. And this all may be way down the road, in terms of when this pilot comes out. But I really think that it's a big deal. And we need to learn a whole lot more about that than we know now.
Carol? You're still muted.
Donna, if scooters are coming from off campus onto campus, what is KU going to do?
I think that we are looking to create some rules for on-campus for scooter use, sort of similar to our bicycle use. I mean, we don't want them in the entrances to buildings, and we don't want them left on sidewalks, and that was a big problem with the bikes. So we know that they're coming. We know people are going to own them. Actually, the VO Ride folks have developed a scooter program, and I just got an ad because they're selling those scooters and they're renting those scooters to individuals. So I'm sure that they're going to show up on campus, and we'll just develop some rules to guide the use of them on campus.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. So I believe our action for this is to provide a recommendation to City Commission relating to this ordinance. So Does anybody else have any more comments on the ordinance in general? Any suggested revisions or Charlie?
Is there any public comment?
Good question. Is there any public comment? Did anybody sign up for this?
I do not have any public comment for this.
There are no members of the public present in the commission room.
Yep.
Okay, so
Charlie, you just went on mute.
all right, sorry about that.
It just happened again.
Hold on. All right. I know I was on the committee, so I had every chance to ask this question and address it earlier, but I just wanted to make sure we understand. It's section 17602C, where we restrict the use of the e-scooters on federal or state highways. That, if I understand correctly, that would mean you cannot ride an e-scooter on 6th Street or Iowa Street. Am I understanding that correctly?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yes. That's correct.
Do we do that with bicycles?
This is Maria Garcia, Assistant City Attorney. That language comes directly from the state statute, so we've kind of have the groundwork set by state statute, and we can't make that less restrictive.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Kuzmyak, Chair, MMTC. First, an item of housekeeping business. I'd like to remind everybody to announce yourself before you make a statement of some significance. If you're just saying, hey, or yeah, that's probably fine, but please do continue to identify yourself. It is exhausting to continue to do that, but we'll get better. So it sounds like we've kind of come to a consensus. Everybody seems to be on board with this. I would entertain a motion to do something with this ordinance. And if I'm allowed to make the motion, I will.
Donna,
Okay, Donna.
I move that we accept this ordinance as written, with addition of KU sidewalks down the road.
Charlie, Bryan.
Second.
Okay. Good.
All right, Charlie, Catherine beat you to it. Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. I got a motion by Donna, seconded by Catherine to approve the ordinance as written, with the assumption that more KU rules may be incorporated down the road. Can somebody please read down our roster?
Allie Weems, MSO. If you hear your name, please say yay or nay. Nick.
Yay.
And then Catherine seconded. Charlie.
Yay.
Donna moved. Steve.
Yay.
Steve.
Yay.
Carol.
Yay.
John.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yay.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. With that, we move on to commission items. Oh, Carol, yes. But you're muted. There you go.
We haven't been asking for comments after the vote. Don't we? Isn't that something that Robert's rules actually expect you to do? So
You mean like a debrief?
So that it's, yeah. So if somebody says nay, they can state why.
I certainly wouldn't mind it. I feel like in the past we usually have voted and that's the end of it, but if others are open to it, I wouldn't really mind it necessarily. So, and I'm not super familiar with those rules, unfortunately, so I can't say whether or not they're in them.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I guess I'm unsure of the concern. Was there someone that voted nay? Sometimes we do like to understand why they voted nay so we can report it to the commission, I guess, and note the reason. So
Hmm.
unless I missed something, if everyone voted in favor and we understand the reason, then I don't think we need to have any other conversation.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Carol, are you referring to the agenda item 2, perhaps? Because I think everybody voted yeah here.
Right, yes, but sometimes after a vote, someone will have a comment. And I think we should keep that option open.
Okay. Well, I think we can do that in commission items. May as well. I don't think that violates anything, right? So, okay. Hearing no objection, let's launch into commission items. So,
Excuse me.
yes, Charlie.
Charlie Bryan, Commissioner. Are we on staff items?
Yeah, we are. If I could read up to down like a normal person, yes, staff items are next. So we will save those comments of the voting till the commission items. Thank you. Number 1, South Lawrence Traffic Way.
Yes, so just wanted to remind everyone of the, Dave Cronin, the engineer, of the public information open house, which is being done virtually by KDOT and their consultant HNTB. And they've extended the 2-week open house for an additional week to June the 4th. So if you go to the webpage, you can go and look through the different options they have developed. Again, this is about a 3-year process. This is a process to implement the supplemental environmental impact statement for the K-10 corridor. And a lot of it's being done to look at the different impacts regarding tolling, if they were to toll the facility, and how the interchange and the tie-in would work between K-10, I-70, and the Farmers Turnpike. And so those different options are presented, and they're looking for public feedback. So you can go in anytime virtually and leave your feedback and understand more about the project and the process. So any questions on that from anyone? If not, we'll go on to number 2.
If Kuzmyak, MMTC. So I'm going to reveal my ignorance as a newbie to Lawrence here. Where exactly is the Farmers Turnpike? Is it West 6 if you just kept going and going? Is that the Farmers Turnpike?
No, the Farmers Turnpike, I believe it's in 1800 Road is the county road, but it's the road where K-10 ends currently, and you have to go east or west. And once you start going west, it turns into Lecompton Road and goes north. So we all call the Farmers Turnpike, but I'm pretty sure it's 1800 Road in the county.
Kuzmyak, MMTC. If you zoom in far enough, it indeed does say Farmers Turnpike. But I got to be honest, I don't go out that way very often. Okay. No, does anybody else have any ignorant questions? Or just me? I guess we can go on to item 2.
Okay, this is Dustin Smith, MSO, and I've got an update on just kind of overall with the neighborhood traffic management program. The only item that's really moving right now is the preliminary design for the public outreach campaign with our consultant, Alta Planning and Design, and so we're still kind of getting feedback from the stakeholder team to continue to refine the preliminary design, and we intend to bring that preliminary design to the MMTC in August and get feedback from this body at that point. And then depending on what guidelines are in place for public meetings at that time, we'll try and facilitate some public feedback on the preliminary design. So that we have pushed the public rollout of the campaign and the targeted enforcement to January 21 currently. So we try and line up with the next anticipated return of the students and hopefully traffic back to normal, or what will be the new normal. We were also directed to hold back on the speed limit ordinance to reduce the speed limit on residential streets to 25 miles per hour. We expect some public interaction at the City Commission with that ordinance, so we're waiting until there's a better way to get that public interaction. And so we're still intending to purchase our speed data collection equipment and temporary traffic control materials this year, because that money is set to be spent this year. I guess I missed the we aren't currently doing any data collection because of the abnormal traffic patterns currently due to all the COVID impacts. I think that's what I had. I'll open it up for any questions.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. So it sounds like the delay of the lower residential speed limits, is that basically due to it just hasn't gotten public comment at City Commission yet?
Dustin Smith, MSO, that's correct, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just going to say, it seems like otherwise this would be the perfect time to lower speed limits, because all of a sudden everybody's walking around their neighborhoods and biking more, but
Yep.
got to go through public comment first. There's no way around that, so understandable.
Yep.
Thanks.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. One more thing on that, Dustin. Can you remind me? I think we're also looking at putting together an application here later this summer, early fall, for neighborhoods to apply to be in the program for the rollout. Correct?
Dustin Smith, MSO, that's correct. We're going to do a pilot program for one neighborhood, and so we'll develop an application process for neighborhoods to apply to be in that pilot program, where we would, kind of implement all of these engineering solutions and data collection and to gauge the effectiveness of the program.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Thanks, Dustin. And I would add, in our general correspondence tonight, we had the letter from the East Lawrence neighborhood, kind of outlining several traffic concerns, and I think those neighborhood type of concerns would be the things we're looking for when we're looking at rolling out a program like this, to look at a whole neighborhood as a whole instead of an individual street. So when we get the application out, we will let that neighborhood and other neighborhoods know. Probably be later this summer or early in the fall. So wanted to note that, and didn't have anything else on that item. So if there's nothing else, we can move to the next one. See a thumbs up. Number 3, tomorrow night at the City Commission meeting, we're going to be discussing potential temporary right-of-way changes downtown. And so DLI has been working with Gould Evans to come up with some ideas of making some changes downtown that is palatable to the businesses, and something that could be rolled out in a semi-quick fashion. And so there's a lot of details that need to be reviewed in a change like that, not just the physical getting of materials and putting it out there, but also other policy things and who gets to use different areas of the right-of-way and how all that works. And there's certainly all kinds of different type of uses of businesses downtown, and different, even some different streetscapes right now. 600 blocks a little different than the other blocks, and then also what do you do on the side streets, the numbered streets that has the parallel parking. And so right now the first conversations were regarding changes on Mass Street between 6th and 11th to change the angled parking to parallel parking and to provide some extra width for pedestrians. And so it's tomorrow night at the City Commission meeting, and I've linked, I think, the agenda item, but they're going to be getting feedback from the public and businesses on that design option. And so staff is working to identify the costs and the procedures to a change relatively quickly if we get approval to do so. So there's kind of a quick timeline on it that they're looking for feedback tomorrow night, and then potentially bringing something back the following week on the commission agenda for approval. So would entertain any thoughts on that before we move on.
Carol.
Go ahead. I have a couple of questions, David. There is a lane that said can be used by businesses or pedestrians. How in the world can those use the same lane?
Well, there's an area that could be used in between the sidewalk and the, let me see if I can pull this up here.
The new parking?
Yeah. And the new parking. I'm loading this here. I can share my screen. Still loading. But yeah, essentially, there will be an area where businesses can set up tables or do business out in the right-of-way. And there may be some other improvements that are needed to transition from the curb and gutter and the sawtooth parking out into the, from the curb sidewalk out into the sheer, into the sawtooth parking with either a raised platform or ADA ramps. And so there's some improvements that may need to be made just depending on what is being used out there. Let me see if I can just load it here.
Well, my other question is, where are the bicycles? Where are the cyclists go in all this? Because if it's just 2 lanes of traffic,
Yeah.
if someone pulls out of a parallel spot, that's going to block a lane.
There you go.
Where are the cyclists going to be?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. With the plan, there is no designated area for cyclists. They would use the street as they do now. Thanks, Dustin, for pulling that up. So they, you can see there's an additional pedestrian zone there between the tables and the sidewalk and the parking.
Which is shared with businesses.
Which will be shared with the businesses. Yeah, and so there's all kinds of questions like that will need to be worked out, and how much space can be used, and still have social distancing and all those other challenges. And we're also looking at other things like maintaining ADA parking spaces that currently exist mid-block as they are today, and all of the other physical things that we may need to purchase and install to make this happen. So, but yeah, it would be additional space that the businesses could use and pedestrians could use. So a lot of details need to be worked out. These drawings that are on the agenda tomorrow night were just very conceptual and high level to get the discussion going, but we are looking at different options to roll something out relatively quickly. think that's a option for on the side street, and so creating a pocket park like that to remove parking and have that area be used for dining or retail on a side street. And it may also be a phased approach where something similar to what we looked at first with the angled to parallel parking is used, and there could be special events or other things that come up where the street may be closed for more pedestrians, or maybe an incremental approach to something different. So I think we're looking at trying something and getting feedback and adjusting as we need to. But there's a lot of other communities around the country that are doing these sorts of things. NACTO released some guidance a couple weeks ago on their webpage on implementing streetscape changes under COVID like this, a kind of a guideline. Of course, not every street's the same, and this is a little different than they had in their playbook as far as sawtooth parking going to parallel, but I think it's something that is certainly feasible.
Charlie?
I think it looks great. We should do it anyway. Don't need to wait for a virus.
Well, people are open to thinking differently right now, and I think we need to encourage this as much as we can. It's kind of like a massive experiment, like we've talked about in the past, trying to test out things to see how the public reacts. The fact that the downtown businesses are leading this is very impressive, I think. I think that it could be just what downtown needs to distinguish itself as a place that, can be resilient in the face of things like COVID. So I'm all in favor of it. I was interested to know how we might give kind of an official thumbs up to the city commission for their meeting tomorrow, or in the subsequent week when they are going to look at this more officially. Is that something that we can authorize Nick to do as our chair?
Kuzmyak, MFTC, only if you guys vote in majority of it. Just by some show of hands,
Dave Cronin, city engineer. As far as maybe just a general statement to being open to looking at something different or something similar to this, I think you could approve of Nick speaking to or providing correspondence to the effect. I think that would be fine. At this point, like the finer details of what of the rollout still need to be vetted, and just being open to the idea, I think is would be appropriate if the majority feel that way.
Well, I move that we authorize Nick to either, correspond or speak in support of this to the city commission. The concept generally.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Here's what I'm thinking I would say. In general, the Multimodal Transportation Commission supports the efforts of Downtown Lawrence Incorporated and other parties who are involved in this to have a safe and phased opening of downtown that allows businesses to make street usage decisions that benefit. I don't know, that's horribly worded, but something kind of like that. Like it aligns with Plan 2040. It aligns with the downtown master plan if we ever get to that. Yes, Carol.
We can't do that. It's not an agenda item.
Yeah, but I was just thinking we could have just a show of hands. If people are generally on board, I could say something. I don't know if we have time, unfortunately, to make it an agenda item, me to write something, come back in a month, get that approved. It's going to move too fast for that. So I guess that's where opposition could come in. Yes.
David can just say that we were enthused by the idea.
On the record.
Well, I'd like Nick to speak. I think that this is an area where, we've talked a lot about the overbuilding of parking, and here we have a proposal that takes away parking and increases space for pedestrians. That seems like a step in the right direction, even if it's just temporary. It allows us to think differently.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. I think that an element of this that I would like to emphasize is the sort of light touch and incremental approach. I think it's really nice to stripe off these lanes, stripe off areas, build parklets and all that, but nothing particularly permanent. Not because I don't want it to be permanent, but just because I don't want to make the public feel like we're steamrolling over them with our ideas, I think it should be as cheap to implement as possible without being really funky. Allow the businesses to stripe it off as long as they're within that 5-foot corridor, right? And then the city doesn't have to really spend that much money on it. I mean, you guys will have to end up spending something, at least on staff time. But in terms of the physical markers to make it happen, I think we could do this on the cheap, especially if we let DLI and its members kind of be treated with a relatively light touch. I don't know if anybody else is okay with that, but I think that kind of fits the weird nature of the situation here. Hearing no pushback. I'd like to at least just see a show of hands. Who is okay with me speaking on behalf of the commission that we generally support this and support their, freedom to decide? It's good enough for me. All right. Thank you, guys. I will try to draft a letter or I don't know. I could just do it in person. That's that part of it. I will speak in person.
Thank you.
All right, that leads us to, sorry, I just lost all my screens. Leads us to commission items. We're here. All right, I'm going to get this started here. First order of business is PTAC update. That's a short one. There isn't really one. We are going to have another monthly meeting coming up soon and are still hoping to get an introduction from Adam Weigel, our new transit administrator and parking administrator, at an upcoming MMTC meeting. In the meantime, him and I are going to meet, talk, and kind of discuss the relationship between PTAC and MMTC and see where we can find some synergies in the corporate world. Way to talk, So that's the plan. Not too much exciting right now, but hopefully more to come. I had a couple of quick things to run by, if that's okay. So the first one is commissioner terms and new membership. So it looks to me that on the consent agenda of tomorrow's city commission meeting, we do have a new member being appointed to the chair that was previously held by Rod May. So that's cool. I don't know anything about this person, but whoever it is, I'm sure they're qualified. So we'll see. That's basically all I know. The second thing is, as I was trying to fumble my way towards the list of current commissioners, I noticed that a couple of our terms are expiring pretty soon. According to the bar graph on my screen, it looks like mid-2020, which is like now. Catherine, Charlie, and Donna's terms are all expiring. And I don't know what the procedure is for doing something about that. Is that true, first of all?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, that no one's term is expiring in the middle of this year. So if it's something, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's a weird graph.
So that is an error if that is the case. The terms end at the end of the year.
That's kind of what I thought. I figured we probably would have been notified if there was going to be some upcoming replacement or standing for re-election. So, okay, thank you for clearing that up.
I'll look at that, and then if I'll clear that up with you, Nick, in the group.
Cool. The final, sorry, two more actually. The letter from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association to the Multimodal Transportation Commission as part of our general comment. It was regarding neighborhood traffic safety. This brings up an interesting point, and I kind of came across this with my talk with Mayor Ananda a couple of weeks ago, and that is that, she wants to see more public participation, and as an avid reader of Strong Towns, it sounds like one of their major tenets is to, I don't know if I'm paraphrasing this right, but it's something like humbly observe where citizens in your community struggle and figure out what's the easiest way to fix that. And then step 3 is do that thing. And then step 4 is find the next easiest thing that you can fix. So it sounds to me that, not all of these suggestions that they've given are necessarily perfect or easy to implement, but they are suggestions. It's a community that has come up with a whole bunch of stuff that, kind of like safe routes to school, helps if you have eyes on the ground to know exactly what is needed. And I like where it's going. I don't know where this could lead long term, but imagine if every neighborhood could tell you exactly where their speeding problems are because they've all lived there for 30 or 40 years, or exactly where the icy spots are, or exactly where the blind spots are. It would be kind of nice to have intel from that. And obviously not all suggestions are going to be actually taken, but a couple may turn out to be really good quick fixes that we can improve, safety and circulation in neighborhoods. So I'd be curious to hear thoughts on that one. I'm basically soliciting kind of ground level information. Or do you think we'll basically get that with the NTMP?
Are you asking me or
I guess really anybody. How different is that? That's going to be pretty different from what we're going to get from the neighborhood traffic management plan. I think with that one, we're going to get really data-driven information that's going to tell us, okay, people are definitely speeding right here. And they are speeding by this many miles an hour, by this many cars per day, and they get caught this many times. Whereas I think a lot of the suggestions in this letter were really, really specific. Like, it gets slippery at this particular intersection. Maybe there should be a caution sign there. Stuff like that. That seems like really easy items that could be tackled without having to go through a whole committee to be approved. So I don't know how we can take these suggestions and actually consider them. I guess it doesn't have to be discussed now.
Nick, maybe they could be a category of if we had some savings in our capital improvement program, maybe we could have a supplementary program for that kind of energy.
Kuzmyak, MMTC, I think we would probably have to carve that out. I would doubt that there's slack in the budget, but you never know. Maybe. Anyway, it's not really something we can tackle right now necessarily, but it's something I'd like to keep in mind because we've basically been handed a list of things that could be fixed easily to make conditions better, and that's really convenient. So anyway, the final thing I had to say is you guys all remember the parking standards revisions that were brought to us. They brought to Planning Commission sent to us, we formed a committee, worked with staff to iron out some kinks, sent it back to Planning Commission, and on Monday, that they took it to a vote, basically. For those of you who don't follow Planning Commission religiously, which, it's fun, but it's not that fun. The result was basically that staff disagreed with the majority of our comments, but some were taken into consideration, and Planning Commission essentially voted to just approve exactly what staff had recommended. So that is the current status. Commissioner Sands, I believe, had recommended to maybe have a joint session between Planning Commission and us to, basically realize that it's a Venn diagram and parking is right in the middle of it. So that did not pass either. So I'm not entirely sure what the forward path is, but I think it's something that we need to continue to look at because parking does affect transportation. It can either make it easier or harder depending on the mode that you're looking at. And I think if we don't consider it, we're kind of maintaining this blind spot in our scope. So anyway, Aaron, do you have any comments on that as a planning commissioner?
Not really. I spoke a little bit trying to support a joint meeting, and we brought up parking minimums. That was pretty much what that was another thing we talked about having more of a discussion on. And Planning Commission voted it down. It was an interesting meeting, though. There were a lot of divided votes that don't often happen. So product of Zoom, I think. So Planning Commission passed it.
Kuzmyak MMTC, thank you for the update. It was sort of a wild meeting. I think there were 3 split votes. It probably didn't help that it was maybe 12-1 in the morning that they addressed the parking standards. So everybody said, you know what, I really don't care. It's fine. Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like to me. People were tired and over it. So fair enough. We've been there. Speaking of running long, who else has commission items? Carol.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I have 2 suggestions for either agenda items or study sessions. One is to update policies for retrofitting, and the other one is CIP priorities.
City Engineer Dave Cronin. Carol, can you expand on the retrofitting? What do you mean?
It's kind of like I was saying on the East 19th Street topic, and sidewalks. The newer standards don't fit the older neighborhoods. And we can't be putting suburban widths, not streets, not sidewalks, whatever. We cannot be putting them in older neighborhoods. They don't fit. And then we find ourselves loosening up the rules. And then we get concerned about loosening up the rules. So usually when we write something, we write it for new development. We do not write for retrofitting, and we need to start doing that. Does that help any?
It does. We have street standards on our to-do list for study session items at some point. Maybe we can get into that a little more with that talk. And then your second one was scoring CIP projects. So the City Commission just approved a new scoring method for CIP projects here recently that they're going to try to use for all of the projects to prioritize them.
What is it that we use for, Carol Bowen, Commissioner, what is it that we use when we prioritize for sidewalks and so forth? What do we call that?
That's our neighborhood our non-motorized prioritization policy. So I thought you meant the City Commission CIP.
I just.
You're on mute, Carol.
Carol, you're on mute.
I think we need to look at whatever we can and review our prioritization.
For the bike ped projects?
Yes.
Okay. That was, if there's feedback you have on that, let us know. That was one of the things we were looking at the study session, so. Apologize, at first I thought you meant the city CIP. So thanks for clarifying.
Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Anybody else? I know it's getting late, so truly appreciate all you guys' endurance here. Steve?
Yeah, I got one quick one. It'd be nice if we could spend a little time with Adam, either in a study session or whatever works in this day and age would be nice.
I agree, and I will try to get him on, talk with him on Wednesday, so we'll see what we can do.
Great.
Anybody else? All right, hearing none, let's move on to the calendar. Let's see. It looks like for the next meeting coming up in July, we really were only planning on doing the traffic signal coordination and timing study, which is tentative. It sounds like that is probably not going to happen at this point, right, Dave? So instead, perhaps we could sub that with, what Carol was talking about, the prioritization of bike and ped funds.
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I would say the signal prioritization is moving forward. We've made some changes on 6th Street, looking to get some data. before we do other streets, Iowa Street, 23rd Street. So that's not completely on hold. We were actually going to talk about it this month's study session, but decided to push it. But we could swap the design standards and put that in place if the majority would like to do that, and I think that could wait another month. So
Yeah.
I'm open to whatever the group would like to hear next month.
Thanks. Kuzmyak, MMTC. I think it sounds like a potentially good fit. I would assume everybody here probably does want to hear about chalk signal study coordination and timing, bike ped funding, and city design standards. I think those are the three big things kind of at the top of our mind right now. Or if there's a scooter update, who knows? So as long as there are no objections, I'll kind of run with that assumption to work with you, Dave, to craft an agenda here. Anybody else have any comments on the calendar? If not, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn. That's Carol Bowen.
Thanks, Carol. Second?
Donna Holteen, second.
Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. We have a motion to adjourn by Carol and a second by Donna. Would you guys mind if we just did a show of hands?
Please.
All right, we are unanimous. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with it. I think we had a lot of good discussion, and hope to see you next month.
Bye.
See you.